I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Petaren Nuhanse's feet, Thirwan Sarnayan Nuhansa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is the discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Every day as a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. And this is the time slot for discussions to get your queries cleared from whatever you listened, whatever the sermon you listened, or from any other Zoom discussions that you have been listening. You can bring up the points for us to discuss here. Some of the friends who are conducting these sermons will be joining to this session. So as you are most probably aware, this 24/7, this series of English Zoom discussions, sermons are being conducted with the aim to take this true Dhamma to the world, to the community who is speaking English. And also some of them may have the difficulty in joining to match the times in Sri Lanka. So because of that, these discussions, these sermons are conducted round the clock. So whatever the time that is convenient for you, you can decide to join us. We know Buddothpado teachings are different from the regular Dhamma sermons that you are listening, because we have, most of us have followed those for some time, for some years, and realized that there was not much improvement, I would say. Didn't feel that we are going forward. We felt that we are just static, staying in one place. So after moving on to this Buddothpado teaching path, almost all of us felt that there is a real change, because it's quite practical. It can be applied to the day-to-day experiences very well. So that is the difference. So our Dhamma friends have joined, Dr. Kokila and Surangika. Thiruvang Saranai to both of you. We can start the discussion on any particular topic. Thiruvang Saranai.
Actually, I haven't listened to today morning one, just saying, because I only finished listening to the morning one today evening. So didn't have a chance to even enter the mornings soon. But I think both of you must have listened to the last night one, hopefully.
Yeah, last night one I listened, and the morning one actually most part Aranwasi joined only towards the end of it, and he discussed with the Surangika's questions to the latter part of it.
That's interesting. I haven't listened to that.
First 3/4 it was the discussions among the others, because very few have joined today, I think.
Okay.
Last night one was very interesting. It was a very long one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking about perceptions of mind, and we were talking about how the time is actually in the mind. So time perception is a part of the mind. That something is coming from somewhere is a perception of the mind. Something is happening is a perception of mind. Something is going to happen in the future is a perception of mind. Hopefully you got it yesterday. And we hear this in Sinhala anyway, but I'm trying to say this again in English for the benefit of English listeners in future as well. What do you think? Shall we talk about that?
Yeah, I think
Anyone
that's right.
can
Yes.
contribute to because if you all four of us have listened to the we usually listen to Sinhala one anyway, but it's very important. Even yesterday I touched on that, how all these things like the future, that there is a future, that there is a past, that there is a birth, that there's a death, there's a beginning, that there's an end. These all are in the mind. So this going deeper, deeper and deeper into the mind. It's very important. Try and realize that how these things are projected. It's fine to have the projection, but the main important thing is that sense of existence, that sense of that being actually true, or sense of that it's actually there is the problem. So even in the field side, the problem is there, but it manifests only after the mind is formed. So I think I will stop there and we'll start talking about it. Is there anything specifically that that was, because every one of us, when we listen to a song, the points can be different, because sometimes I might hear one specific point, and sometimes Dr. Sakuntala might hear another one, and Sudharma might hear another completely different one, and Suranka might catch on another one. So it's very interesting to talk about all of them, because they are important to every one of us as well as the listeners. Yes. Anything interesting to
Teruvan
provide?
Saranai, Aryan Hasu, Teruvan Saranai, doctor, and all Dhamma friends. Today I am in a bit noisy place. I don't know whether it's disturbing. Do you hear any background noises, doctor? Oh, can I
Background
talk?
noise. Yeah, background noise is not disturbing us. If it is disturbing you, is the only problem, but we are okay with that.
Okay. May and doctor, since we are talking a lot about perceptions, I would like to share something that I experienced today. So actually, it occurred to me um, when we are flying, even when we keep our eyes closed, we don't feel as if we are moving. Actually, at feel level, the movement is not felt. Just like we don't feel this, the earth is rotating, we don't feel that. But when we open the eyes, that perception, when we look out, the clouds, we feel as if they are moving. So in comparison to them, we get the perception of movement also. And another nice thing happened now. We don't feel, at least we are above that many kilometers from the sea level even. But once the eye perceives the map on the screen, we know, like, 11 kilometers altitude or above sea level. And the another interesting thing that happened, doctor, actually at that point, Aryan Hanse's beautiful metaphor of this formless form and sensual world occurred to me. Now, when it was about to land, actually, we uh, we feel only at the taking of, actually now the buildings, trees, all become just
I mean, they disappear. And uh, at the landing, also, from when we see, look at the ground, what we see is just something is there. Something is there, feeling becomes things as we come down. So, unless we knew because we cannot see any outlining, the trees, streets, vehicles, nothing, but something is there feeling. Since we know all these, the identification happens, the form thing happens when we come down. So actually, at that point, it occurred to me, and so I thought you would be able to explain it better and
Yeah,
help
but the
us out with
formless, in
yeah,
the formless, it is a feel only. So it's a
yeah,
vibration only you feel. There is nothing. So
true.
it's a metaphor when we say that something is felt, it is felt, not seeing.
Hmm.
So if the
Hmm.
seeing part is there, duality is there, then it's in the mind. Always
Hmm.
duality is in the mind. Feel
Duality is in
side,
the
there is
mind. Yeah.
there's no duality in the feel. Feel is just a feel. It's a
Hmm.
feel only.
Hmm.
Even the ears, it is a feel only.
Hmm. And doctor, now that metaphor used by Aryan Hase at the dawn, due to darkness before the sun rises properly, you wouldn't see things because it's just a metaphor only. Uh,
Yeah, it is a
so
metaphor,
yeah,
but it can be
yeah,
used.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Just I mean, as we are struggling to understand still, we can use such metaphors
Yeah.
also, isn't it, doctor? Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
Did you
doctor.
listen to
So,
last night soon?
no, doctor. Today morning I
Mm.
had to travel, so I was unable. I am anyway listening to them today.
Oh, good, good. Okay. What about the last night one, Dr. Sakuntala? What do you think about the last night? So, I think we discussed a lot as well yesterday. Um, what did you what did you feel yesterday by the near 7 o'clock one?
Yeah, one thing I can't exactly remember all the points that were discussed in order, of course, but that thing when Harshi said that certain things that she feels a bit slowing down or kind of reluctant or lazy to do. That point actually, because I felt I also have the same experience. Uh, some weeks ago, I explained that to Aryan Mahanse also because certain things I feel that there is some slowing down, kind of postponing. But the things that she said, give a toffee to the mind. That thing, actually, I have been doing it in some way. Uh, I felt that this is the same that this thing that she's referring now. If I give an example, uh, I do some. I don't go to a gym, but I do some exercises at home, uh, like 3 days a week. Like some days when I start, before I start doing, just the thought comes, oh, I can't do today. Maybe postpone for another day. Some thoughts are coming like that. Then there's another thought coming up. Okay, then no need to do all the, because I have some selected kind of exercises, set of exercises. So then comes a thought that okay, no need of doing all of them up to this time. Now, not that whole set, which might take a little longer, but up to this time. So you can check from the clock and up to this time can do the exercises. So once that time is reached, can stop. So that way I have been doing some. Now, really, sometimes feel very tired before starting. Those are the days that I feel that can't do today. Then that giving like toffee just give us a sort of less difficult target. Okay, just do up to this time. So can stop whatever is left behind, can skip the rest of it. So like that I have been doing. And then there are instances where have some collected work, some backlog to be cleared. Now certain things are being postponed. Okay, we'll do tomorrow, like that. And then I sort of lay down a guideline, not a guideline, actually, a kind of target time to me. Okay, do it within this week. Uh, Not today, but do it within this week. So things like that have been happening. So I thought that is what she was meant by this giving a toffee to the mind. And the thing is that I very well realized when she said that the thought is the one which is dragging backwards. Thought is the one which is pulling me backwards. So that part was clear at that discussion, and RNRC also gave some very beautiful explanations along with Swarnamali's metaphors and Swarnamali's explanations.
Mhm.
That point I can remember very well. I think there was so many other things that nothing is, I mean, it might come up
It's all
later.
about these hindrances, actually.
Yeah.
All these are about hindrances which prevent you from realizing this Dhamma, actually
Yeah.
experiencing Dhamma. This is the main reason. So the sloth tends to further, the cravings, the aversion, the restlessness and worry, the doubts about Dhamma and all this stuff. So actually, these are the areas that the first session of that 7 o'clock Zoom was all about the hindrances, how to overcome the hindrances. Yes, Surankika, what about you? Did you get a chance to listen to last night's one?
Yeah,
it
that
was
was
very
a
long.
very, very long one. I finished listening, and there were lots of, as Dr. Shakuntala said, lots of various aspects that were explored. Harshi's and Asanti's, particularly about that hormone-related things and that kind of thing as well. There was quite a lot actually that was covered, but mainly about the feel and the thinking and the getting discouraged and things like that type of thing as well. But the morning one, the questions I asked, R.N. Mansi gave, I think, a very honest explanation about Sakkaya Ditthi not being, what shall I say, not got rid of, and the fact that because that was a thing that I wanted to ask about, this being stuck in the mind thing. So got some opportunity to speak to R.N. Vahans about that, and he dealt with it in a lot of detail about not having explored the senses and the functions of the senses enough, and that has not been well understood and realized. So and wanted further reflection, further manasikara to be done.
Yeah,
So
I
there was
think you
quite a
have
lot.
you have done a lot about the mental perception, but as soon as I also drift from mental perception to the other perceptions, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? Yeah.
No, he said actually that before coming to the mental perception, that I had to do more work on the other senses. That the leaving everything to the senses, it has not been done fully. That is why the Sakkaya Ditthi
the
is
light
still
perception.
there. Yeah. And the mental perceptions also have not been fully understood. The other sensors also have to be fully understood to be able to just give up, literally give up and let go, and just let it be just the functions of the sensors alone. So there's quite a lot there in that last 10 minutes of the talk this morning.
Yeah, I haven't listened. I will listen to that. Yeah, it is. It is tricky, isn't it? It is tricky. This Dhamma, the thing is, we can't do anything. We just can take the course and take the guidance, and like the just even when you say put the Dhamma aside, sometimes we don't know whether we are suitable to put the Dhamma aside. So that's the thing. But I usually talk about this first step all the time. I don't really talk about the other steps anyway, because other steps are actually not that. Aranwansi is there for the guidance. So the first step is very important. First step is actually, that is where the Svaksha Jnana, or how much vibration you have, what is the non-vibration. There's a tricky area. Even if you talk about the field, there is no guarantee that that system has encountered the non-vibration. It's only the teacher can figure out that whether this person is actually, whether that system has encountered the non-vibration or not also. It's tricky, because so that's why the importance of Aranwansi also, because just because you feel that you feel the arupa or the non-form level doesn't necessarily mean that you have felt the non-vibration. So any one of us should not take this path just by the mind. So that is the push that Aranwansi is doing. Go to the field, go to the field, go to the field, go to the field. That's the push he is doing. Because as soon as you are in the mind says so many things. Mind says, yesterday I did this, today I'm doing this, tomorrow I'm going to do this. And if you really feel them as real, then you are trapped in actually the thought level. That's why there's risk of thought being true as well. Sometimes that's the thing. So if you are actually trying to measure anything in the mind, don't. You can't measure anything in the mind, because it's a thought. Thought is wrong. In the sense, thoughts are okay, but they are not really true. So if you're thinking that something like tomorrow I have to go there and do this, it's okay. You might actually get up in the morning and go there. But if you're actually feeling that you are doing that, and this is happening, because even flying is a perception. When Sudharma said that, it's good that she's now picking up these things, because when we say helicopter, why we look up is we have a perception that it is going above, but actually the perception is in the mind. So for as a habit, we may look up, but actually it's a perception in the mind. So I don't know whether it's yesterday morning or day before morning, the morning session, I was completely talking about taking a flight, leaving home, going to Katunayaka in a taxi. I was actually doing that in the talk in the morning. Leaving home, first you are at home, and then you are leaving home in a taxi, and then you are arriving in Katunayaka, and then you are there for about 3 hours, and then you board the flight, and then you get down. You can say I'm I'm where you can say Sydney airport, and you can say I'm in Australia now. You know that. Now, if someone is actually believing this, I mean, not believing, actually feeling it also. So the believing is actually in the thought level. This perception being true is subtle than that. But the whole thing, I was trying to say, okay, now you are inside home, and is that true? And then the taxi has come, and you get into the taxi. Are you in a taxi? Yeah, the whole story about 1 hour I was doing that. I can't remember whether it is yesterday or day before. So these are the things that I remember a long time ago. I was standing actually inside my house. I was just standing for some reason, and suddenly it occurred to me, wow, this is what Aranansi is saying. The perceptions or the actual thoughts not being true. So none of these thoughts are true. But how we actually believe in these thoughts, like it's so interesting to believe. We have a life story. I have 3 kids. My mother, father is like this. My sister is like this. We can say that. Even Aranhansi can say that. Even Lord Buddha can say that. But what's the big deal about this then? Big deal is actually whether it is actually taken for granted, taken for real, taken for actually happening. It is a feel as well. Whether you feel like that, because this at one moment it is only one thought. Yesterday Aranhansi was saying this very beautifully last night. Not about the hindrances. The beginning was all about the hindrances. The second part of it, he was laughing and he was telling a long history, the long thing. And that was all about this Dhamma. And how, we get carried away. We get carried away very easily. And the most of the time, like 99.99 time, the self, 100% time, the self perception was there. Now, just because we have an idea that self is not there, or we have an idea self is there, is not good enough, because self is there is a thought as well. But don't forget, I was actually going to talk about this today. Don't forget, why do we have the perception? Why do we have a perception? So we talked about a lot about perception. What is the reason for perception? What do you think, Sudharma? I don't know whether you can talk. If you can't, it's okay.
Doctor, reason for perception is the natural phenomenon of sense faculty inputs coming together and generating power. Is that that's what I feel, doctor? And or if, I don't know whether this is relevant. I forgot to tell doctor. I actually experienced that Nandi, a little excitation that arises when we identify stuff. I mean, this, when it was about to land, the trees, vehicles, when that identification happens, the subtle, that excitation that arises also, I felt, I just add this because this is not relevant, but the reason for
Yeah,
perception is that, yeah,
that is normal. That is the thing. That
yeah,
is normal.
yeah, yeah.
That is a mind sensor. Getting the excitation like you see a
Mm,
friend for the first time. So
yeah.
this misunderstanding that it itself is a different thing. But what I'm trying to say is always the reason why we feel that time is there. You can
So,
yeah. There's Dr. Sakuntala, can you join? So why do you feel that the time is there? Can you answer me? Because we
Sorry.
talked about the time yesterday.
Yeah. Why do you fear?
Why do you have a time perception?
Mm, Isn't it anyway related to the perception of existence? Because the feeling of
No,
existence
in the
is there.
field there is no time.
No, the perception of existence, isn't it related to the perception of existence itself?
Yes, but
Time is.
I'm trying to get to another point. Because existence perception, no, but so
Or both of
now,
them, I mean, the perception of self or perception of existence. Because
no,
of
I'm
those
asking
two.
simple thing like yesterday.
Hmm.
How are we relating to that? Why do we have that?
You mean the yesterday? I mean, just when we talk about yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday.
Mm.
Why even someone gave a name? Because we have given names a lot now. We have differentiated between each and everything we feel. Do you get this point?
Mm.
If we feel
Yeah.
something only, we will give a definition. We don't give a definition unless we feel something. Do you get it?
Yeah, you mean light perception or something like
No,
that? No.
yesterday. So what about the yesterday perception? How did this happen?
Mm. Isn't it because of the self perception itself? Because myself is here. When you take anything as a thing,
Yeah.
deakvima, whatever becomes a thing, then this time frame is also coming up. Is that what you are asking? Because when a thing is there, when deakvima, that is what I want to say in English. So when it is a thing, when a stimulus is a thing, then you can have this time frame: yesterday, today, tomorrow. But if the stimulus doesn't become a thing, then there is no time frame. The likes, dislikes, or the distance, none of them are there.
Mm.
I don't know whether that is what you are expecting or something different.
No, I was trying to get about this, more understanding about the mind, because now the mind is taken for granted. That's why our feel is poor.
Hmm.
So that is the greatest problem now, because the feel is the vibration now. But there is some dhamma involved there also, but for the non-vibration. But even to come to the level of the vibration, it has become a problem. So I'm trying to come to the
Doctor,
understanding about mind.
it is because of the inability of the human systems to see this speedy rising of phenomena and ceasing, like that we feel it is I existed yesterday and today and tomorrow same person continues to be there with the same world, that exists. So
Yeah.
that
Don't we feel, I mean, this is
yeah.
very important. It's not even a thought. Thoughts come from experiences. Don't forget that. Thoughts come from experiences. So the experience is, as Sudharma said, experience is that I was there yesterday, something happened yesterday. I am here now, and I may be there tomorrow is a projection. We understand that. So, but the thing is, this thought arises now. That we can at least understand. Experiencing is a challenge, but we can at least understand. But what I'm trying to get here is, you know, that this whole thing that humans are trying to find two ends, are trying to find a birth or a death, beginning or end, yesterday, today, tomorrow, 5 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever, is because of the mind. Mind has this duality. So always this side and the other side is felt. So this side doesn't change. Now, remember, my lot of elderly patients come and tell me, they tell me, now it's enough. It's enough. This body, I don't want it anymore. I need another body. So they kind of are telling that they are happy to die. Actually, they are happy to die because they are sick of their body. Okay. So what does that imply? It implies they have fully taken the ability to think as self. This is not even a joke. This Visyakara Sakkaya Ditti. I mean, I can't remember that. 20 types of Sakkaya Ditti, wrong vision. I can't remember that. Okay, so I have to actually write it somewhere in English to even say that. I mean, I wish someone can do that also. Because, you know, the body, usually, body is also sometimes, body is felt as me. But if it time, sometimes now completely it's other way around. Now, when the body is not really good enough, now they come and say, well, I have had enough. This body doesn't work anymore. I just need another body. And I'm actually waiting to go. So this whole scenario, don't you see the view, how they take this? It's very important because if you contemplate these things only, you will actually understand how subtle they are. Like, because if the thoughts are real, if you really take the chair as real, I mean, if you really have, doesn't, so when we say chair is not a thing, we say definitely, I don't care about the chair anymore. I don't really care. But we even discussed yesterday, even looking at a chair, whether you like it or not, the self-perception is there. So if the duality is there, self-perception is there. Vibration is in the field side. So the thing is, now when we say the chair, if you feel that the chair is there, this is a very important thing. It's a feel as well. I mean, you feel that the fan is above you. And you don't even concentrate, but you know it is above you, right? And really, if you get it in that way, definitely the the whole thing is body is taken as you. I mean, I don't know whether I'm giving the right thing, because it's about me means you're referring to the body, right? But when it comes to different stages, now that elderly person saying, no, I don't need this body anymore. Already that person is saying, body is not me. So I'm sick of this body. I need a new body. Who needs a new body? I need a new body. Who is then? The body is not you. Like already without any dhamma also. I mean, these are just lay people who has no whatsoever thing about this Sakkaya Ditthi, but the wrong vision. But they are also saying this. So in that itself, there is a notion, there is a kind of a feel that, okay, then this ability to think must be me. So there are several attribution of this self to it keep changing sometimes. So these are not just thoughts. These are there because you feel it as well. If you feel that the puppy is in front of you, if you really feel that the puppy is in front of you, you are here. That duality is there automatically. But whether you feel that you actually feel it or not is a very intimate thing. And it comes with the Satyajnana. But then when it comes to the mind sensor, so this is about the, the naked eye thing. I brought that because that at least then that I brought it because this eye function to actually talk about the vision. Then hearing also the same thing. I heard to my own eyes that the other person lied. Something like that we say, right? If someone come and tell you that the other person lied, you are like, okay. Yeah, okay. But then you listen to something and you are like, he lied or she lied. And then you can say, no, I heard to my ears that she lied. So what does that imply? You're already saying that hearing is really real. And the vision also the same thing. That's why they shouted, I saw the moon very close to my naked eye. So they are so happy. You are not seeing it with the picture. You are not seeing it with the telescope. You are not imagining stuff. You feel like you have gone so close to the moon that you are actually seeing it. No, this is the same question Surangi asked long time ago about the bodily functions. This is another tricky area, Bodily functions. Now, they didn't get the chance to actually touch the moon. Just imagine they landed and put the hand on the moon. How would they shout? They will be like over the moon. They will be over the moon because they can say, I got the chance to touch the moon. Now, which these are covering now the three aspects. You can't hear the moon. That no, two aspects. So there's vision and the touch. So if someone say, I saw the moon, a very close vision, I saw everything, all the art and all that. So that is one thing. I saw it with my own eyes. Someone can say, I heard with my own ears. Someone can say, yes, I actually landed on the moon. In future, they will do it. actually landed on the moon, and I put my hand on the moon. Now imagine how are they going to get rid of these ideas? In the sense, how are they going to understand this? The duality they feel, when you touch, you feel duality. And I wanted to actually tell, yesterday we were talking about perceptions. I'm trying to come to this field side. Just imagine there is a touch perception as well. Touch is in the mind as well. Be careful. Because if it is actually in the mind side, you can touch with the mind. I don't know whether you can get this properly. You can touch with the mind. So a person going to the moon, keeping the hand on the moon, saying, I touch the moon. Do you think it is in the mind or not? It is in the mind. So if the duality is there, it is in the mind. Did a touch perception actually, did anything happen? Yes. What happened? The vibratory nature of the skin may happen, but even that is not there. That is the funniest part of it. So actually speaking, if you keep going and going and going, you can't find anything. That's what the trickiest part is. You actually fully realize there's nothing. Shunyatava is that. So you when you touch the moon, it is within the mind bubble you are touching. Actual feel has no touch perception. I'll stop there. What do you think, Surangika? What do you think, Sudama? Anyone? Dr. Sakuntala? I don't know. I will stop there and see whether
That
it is
touch
too much.
perception, Dr. Kokila, is that now when you say the light perception doesn't have the light in it, sound perception doesn't have the sound.
Yes.
You refer to that in the touch perspective, right?
Yes, but if we are feeling if we have a touch perception, that's in the mind. You can touch something with the mind.
Yeah, definitely.
If you don't know that, you are still inside the mind bubble, it can be ignorance. That's what I'm trying to say. So if there is a duality, always, if there is a duality, it's in the mind, perception side. It's in the perception side, because there's no duality if in the complete field side. This has to be experienced, but I'm just trying to say. So someone said, I hope you can remember, someone said, Aranohansa, I feel the smells too much. Am I trapped in the arupa? That was the question. And he was like, what arupa? Rupa has no any perception. Arupa is just a feel only. So this whole thing, if you have a duality, subject object feel, it's in the mind bubble. So the touch perception has no touch there, is one way to say that. But
Doctor,
yes.
touching the moon has no difference. Like it is the same as seeing the chair. That's what I got when you explained. Touching the moon.
No, the six
Yeah,
senses should be felt properly. You need to explore all the senses. That's what the Surangika got the message also. You have to explore the senses. I'm taking the moon because it's a kind of a thing. Even if you touch ice
theoretically,
cube, it's
Doctor,
okay. It's
yeah,
about touch I'm talking about. Touch is completely different to the
seeing.
Seeing and the sound, because seeing and sound is definitely involves the mind perception 100%, but touch perception doesn't need the mind perception. So it's a different organ.
Yeah, doctor. Touch perception alone, you say, no? When it comes to moon, anyway, the mind is.
But
Yeah,
if the touch perception is there in the mind also has the touch perception. I'm trying to say that. Mind also has the touch perception. That I'm touching something. Touch, just touch.
Doctor, for clarification,
Perception is different,
it is.
feel is different.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, doctor. So, is it the label that you refer to, or something more than that?
The label thing
Definitely
is in
something.
your mind. Label is in your mind.
Yeah.
Label word is also used by you. I don't use that word. But label is in the tile and stuff. I'm only talking about the perception of touch. Because perception of touch is also a thing.
Right. Got it, doctor. Subtle level, yeah.
But perception of touch, if it is burning, is it?
Burning?
Because if that becomes a thing, is it?
No, I'm just talking about these levels so that you all can explore, you can touch, flow and see, that how these things work. You can touch a metal and see. Metal part, me part is cross thoughts now. We know all about that now already. But the touch perception itself can be in the mind side as well as in the feel side. So it's a subtle area I'm trying to say. Because if the mind bubble vanishes only, that when the mind bubble power is not there only, the feel side matures in the sense surface. But if you don't realize that you're still in the mind bubble, because I've been trying to tell this over and over again with no success because of its a delivery problem, because of the inability to deliver it properly. I'm sorry about that, but what I'm trying to say is do the research yourself and see, touch a metal and see. I mean, you can touch it with your mind.
Yeah, that part, that has been reflected, Dr. Kokila, from personal experience. I do that several times because where I'm here, I think we've discussed it in those days, long time ago, also in the English Zoom. That kind of thing has been recounted also.
Because you can't find your vibration if you don't pierce that level.
Yes, so when one does the reflection on that point, now you
not
take
the reflection, actually, yeah, you can do the reflection before experience, yes.
So the reflection means now, for example, say we dust our furniture, right, in the house. So when that is done, generally the texture of different chairs, the texture of the TV panel, the texture of the curtains and so on are generally known. So, I mean, sitting here on a couch, there is the touch perception of the dining table, which is not close by, can be felt. The touch perception of the chair that I sit on to have the morning cup of tea can be felt through the perception. So, what you're trying to say is,
Yeah. Now
uh,
imagine that. Now
yeah.
imagine you are blind. Just imagine you become blind now.
Yeah.
Your smell is also gone. Your hearing is also gone. Some magic is there now. Suddenly, you are put into a chair in the. You don't know what is happening. Something is like a machine. So you are put onto a chair.
Mm.
Definitely, don't you know that it is your morning chair?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
100% no. That's the reality, right?
Mm.
We know that is the morning chair. If you are so accustomed to one chair, you know that it is that chair. But at the same time, that machine removes you from that and makes you to sit somewhere else, maybe the kitchen thing, something like that. Just imagine whatever
Yeah.
kitchen chair or something. Don't you know that it is there?
Yes, the different distinction between the chairs, or that it wasn't the chair. At least that it wasn't the former chair would be known by
Immediately it
perception.
comes, no, that is the butter. That is the butter. Now that is the butter. That's fine.
Sorry,
I'm not talking
what is
about the butter.
Butter is the
Milk and the
chair, is
butter.
it?
But milk and the butter. So the Lord Buddha said, no, gitel kiri karanna bෑ. So now
So the butter is the
milk,
perception, is it?
butter is the couch you sit every day. It came now.
Yeah.
That's the normal thing. And when that machine kept you, because your eyes are blind now, when the machine kept you on the kitchen table, the kitchen chair, it came, oh, this must be my kitchen chair. It doesn't need to be thought even.
Because it's
now
in the
someone, no, it's in the perception. No, it's not in the field.
It's in the field perception.
Don't mess it up. So feel, we are talking about, we don't talk about the feel yet. I'm talking about thought. Thought is like mental thought. Thought is, this is a chair. So imagine now still you are blind, still you can't smell nothing, you can't hear anything because your ears are closed, so you can't hear anyone opening the fridge or anything. Someone to put a ice cube in one palm. Don't you know it's an ice cube? I mean,
yeah,
it will come as an ice cube, right?
Immediately,
and immediately. And if someone puts maybe what else can we put, lime, as soon as the lime is felt, it will come a lime. This must be a lime. You don't have to think about it. The perception comes immediately.
Excuse me, doctor. Their coldness and heat also comes like that.
Yes. I'm trying to talk about the touch, temperature, both. It's fine. Because they both work together. I mean, together in the sense they don't involve the mind at all. But what I'm trying to say thing is, because Surangika gets Surangika pays more attention to the mind perception sometimes. So I'm trying to tell her something. So whatever, you felt the lime, you felt the ice cube, as same as before. You felt the couch chair. This must be the couch chair. This must be the kitchen chair, right?
Yeah.
So now you didn't even touch that. You only your buttocks touch the backside touch the chair. You know, because you have sat there before. That's really that's how it works. But imagine underlying that, there is a touch perception as well. Now, Surangika is trying to put the temperature perception is also there. Yes, cold and the hot. Yes. But just imagine about the touch perception at the moment from the backside, the buttocks, that the machine kept you on the couch, machine kept you on the kitchen chair. So the backside felt once, it felt as the couch. You don't, this must be the couch. And the other time you feel this must be the kitchen. What do we call it? Do we have a specific kitchen chairs?
Kitchen stools. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, kitchen stools. So, and these are the mental, like thoughts. They are thoughts. They are thought level.
Yeah.
So if you actually, if you have explored the thought level, you know it is not real. But then when we come to the perception side, there is the perception of chair is also there. There are other perceptions as well. Touch perception is also there. As Sudharma was trying to add, there is a cold perception, hot perception as well in the ice cube. So in the chair to the backside, what you felt was actually the soft touch and the deep touch, because deep in the sense crude touch, kind of the fluidity, not fluidity, but you can see the difference in when the couch sink like, with the softness.
Yeah, it's cushioned, so maybe the dining table chair is cushioned, so I know how that feels to the buttocks. And then the kitchen stool is probably not lined or cushioned, so that is harder, and therefore
So the underlying the kitchen, the as Lord Buddha said, the milk
the butter can't be turned to milk.
Yeah, butter can't be changed into milk. But behind that, with the wisdom, you know that touch perception is also there. Temperature perception is also there. Touch also has so many variations. Humans have so many, variations in this. Not only just solidity and liquidity. There are so many variations in that. So is that true? Even that perception is not true.
Yeah.
Then only feel comes. Feel is nothing to do with these perceptions. Actually, I will stop there because you can't really push you can't really do anything there. It has to surface. But I'm trying to get this into your system so that you don't get trapped in the mind bubble, because all the time, even Siddharma's shoe thing, I was trying to say that it didn't come properly. Because, when we try to say things, it's not coming properly. But we are trying, because in English we have to try and say this anyway, because Aranwansi says this in Sinhala beautifully. So the touch perception doesn't have touch. It's a different thing to actual couch.
Now, for example, if we go to another example, something more generic like, so if there is a thought that comes up saying, have to go to the Saturday market or something. And
that's a thought, yeah.
Now that's a thought now, but the experience of going to the market on Saturday mornings, the path that is traversed through the market, the stalls that one goes to, the people that are in those stalls, the familiar faces. All those things are now well traversed because it's a routine Saturday market that one goes to. So that has the touch perception, the light perception, sound perceptions. All those things are there in that one thought of the when one thinks about the farmers market. So how do we kind of look at that part then? But that's just a
Then it is
thought. So it's not there.
that is just the butter then. I mean, there's
That's just
nothing
the
much
butter.
about the, because you're not actually looking at it, or your skin is not touching on it. These are different organs I'm trying to penetrate, you know.
So the light perception type of thing, because that's mostly light and sound, shall we say, that type of market experience. So
No, then you have to look at something, at least a pumpkin, and talk about this. You can't really generalize this.
because it's difficult to pierce, no?
Because I mean, it's only one thought you are there.
Yeah. So you have to take one object and then pierce.
What are you talking? No, I mean, you're not doing it. No, it has to happen. But then you should know that it is only one thought that is there at a time. Anyway, that was what I was trying to say Sudharma yesterday. Sudharma was talking about birthday, and 5 years after that, birth of her sister.
Yeah, so I mean, the market was one thought, isn't it?
There's millions of thoughts in that.
But
If
it's
you
one
try
thought.
to pierce all that, Aranhanse would ask, Surangika, you will go mad. So stop before going mad. That's not how you're going to do that. You don't have to do that. You know that the thoughts are not real. But application to the actual other organs, I'm trying to talk.
Mm-hmm.
None of these thoughts are true anyway. We know the chair is not real. We know that, but here that what I'm trying to touch is touch perception, light perception, sound perception.
So the contemplation is that is also not real. I mean, we know that touch perception is also coming from the speedy vibration, no?
Yes, but the problem is
That has to be felt.
because the mentally also there is a touch perception.
Excuse me, doctor, this market perception is like, I mean, any perception of like America, Sri Lanka, school, hospital. I mean,
No, she is
some
actually
mental.
talking about because it involves action. That was why she was talking about that. Because as soon as you, now in the morning, I should make a tea. That's a thought, no?
Yeah.
And there's the action following that. That's why she took that example.
Yeah, for me to also understand, I'm asking doctor.
Yeah.
Can you please explain it little further, like
So
how?
just
Yeah.
we get an idea. Okay, I need to go shopping today. So I
Yes.
need to go shopping today.
Yeah.
Can have millions of perceptions in that.
True. Got it.
It's like mother.
Mm.
It's like your sister. Think about it. Now I also have perceptions about your sister.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking. But like you having perceptions about my fan. Like you know, this going to the marketplace is like a one perception. but it has so much perceptions in it. It can be mental perceptions, it can be other 5 organ perceptions, but usually it is all in mental perceptions in a human. If the mental perceptions are not a thing only, the other perceptions will highlight. But when if you should know that there is an underlying area where it's the field perception as well. In the field, in an action, it is a complete different thing. That is the area that UK person, Samamali, isn't it?
Varnamali.
Swarnamali was trying to was trying to say something about that yesterday, if you all catch it. So once you are doing that action, going for the shopping, with, if that perception is not a thing, automatically one might go to the perception level or even the feel. So there's a chance that mind will be suppressed because mind can't be very active for this inner change to happen. But the problem with the market is going to the market has so many variations. But something like moving or something like hoover, using the hoover, or something like walking in a known area, that or gym, as she took the example. These are the things that you can actually, after about some time, like 15 to 20 minutes, it depends. The mind might slow down, because if the mind is very prominent, the perception level is also prominent anyway. So everything is prominent anyway if the thought is prominent. But the thought, what we are trying to actually do is dissolve this mind for a moment, at least for a moment. So when you do that activity, why I'm saying the market is a very gross thing is you can't really, I mean, if you are a master of Dhamma, yes, like if like an Arahant, it will be, I mean, you don't have anything to talk about that. Go into the marketplace. It's like, maybe like, do you think about going to the toilet like that? No. Same thing. So the thing is, it won't be a thing. But for the practice of Dhamma, it is good that if you take a repetitive action so that the mind part doesn't come up that much. So because mind is a hindrance. Prominent mind is a hindrance. So it will be easy for you to get into the action mind or the feel side better. That's again like going to the Mogoda or going to a mountain or hiking, because it is completely different,
Yeah, actually that hiking thing, I was thinking about that, doctor, because there is maybe something to that, because I think there's one of the things that I actually miss from New Zealand is the fact that I'm not in proximity to any of that. Because you had that, the ability to get to any of those things in a moment's notice. Everything was so close. And this current place is like you don't get any of that. I think those things also really count, isn't it? The fact that you're not only stagnating in the mind, you're stagnating in the body, meaning that kind of that idleness of whatever. I think that exertion
Yeah, so
physically
the
also helps, isn't it?
exertion of body helps as well as actually what it means is it
Mind is
removes
also working.
the mind part. It removes the prominent mind
Yes,
because
it goes into the physicality of the actual hiking and the climbing business, isn't it?
yeah,
Yes, now I understand actually.
that's the
Yeah,
same thing with the gym.
that's what the gym thing was about. I also had that. I have that tendency. The mind says stop at a particular point when it reaches so many. What do you call those things? Calories burnt. And then from that point onwards, the body loses energy because the mind has already said to stop.
What
So
I mean,
that was
if
interesting.
you
Yeah, she
have
has
so
mentioned that
many,
before, so I think.
if you have so many things in the mind, this is not going to work. None of these things are going to work if the mind is prominent. So these are tactics to get the mind down. These are
True.
to reduce the hindrances.
Yeah.
All these are actually trying to fully realize Dhamma, that what your vibration is and what the non-vibration is. Because finding your own vibration is a difficult aspect. And even after that, even with that, the non-vibration. So this whole thing, there are so many hindrances. So if you are talking about experience, someone says something like, it depends on the story also, that the perception has become a thing we can say by listening to the story now. It doesn't need to even think about at that point. Because the perception of chair, if it is a thing, still it is the problem, because still the mind. So imagine we talk about the mother died, like imagine the Canadian girl also. Mother died long time ago, but still that mother perception is very strong, isn't it? So there are hindrances. And
Dr.
until that
Walker,
is sorted, nothing will happen, because you can't pierce the hindrance, the actual, because what matters is the amount of strength of the mind. It should dissolve slowly. It is happening in all of us. It's okay. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
yeah, just I want to explain something that I am experiencing right now. This is about that touch perception. Now I'm sitting at the table and my legs are underneath the table. I can't see my feet. I have removed my slippers, so I was trying to touch and find out where my slippers are. So I could touch something, and the perception, all of them are actually solid type of solidity, something to do with pottery. So the first touch,
If
the
Aaron
thought
once he
was,
comes here, we will get a very good scolding. But yeah, I tell her. Yeah. Because Aaron once he would be like, What are you talking about? Yeah, tell.
no, what I was going to say was that the difference in the perceptions, even though all of them are solid now, the crossbar of the
100%
table,
different. Yeah.
crossbar of the table, and then I touched something else. The perception was that was wall. And then also I could feel the soft, the tablecloth which was hanging from the opposite other side of the table. I could feel that
Yeah.
with my and then I could feel the rubbery nature of the slipper. So the
They are all
perceptions
perceptions.
they are all perceptions, yes, but
So the
the
duality is there.
yeah, perception was there, and then you said now subsequently the thought came. So the perception, the hard thing was felt, and then quickly the thought came to say that it is a wall, it is the
No, they actually come
wooden.
together. Don't say that. They actually come together. I mean, this speed of
Yeah,
mind.
there's no time gap. Of course,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
difference in the perception and the difference in the that touch perception, the way that it varies, and
yes,
subsequently the thought comes up with that.
yes. Feel has
Hmm.
none of these things.
Yeah, because all of them actually is due to the vibration of that particular part of
No,
the
they
area
are in
which touches.
that's what I'm saying. If you
Hmm.
feel a duality, that is completely in the perception side.
No, yeah, I know, but this what I was going to say was it is just the vibration of that part
No,
of
the
the skin,
vibration
or
has not come yet. You can't
Hmm.
apply that Dhamma there yet.
because I'm identifying the object. That is
You are still in the
pers-
perception level.
form layer. Hmm.
Yeah. So you can't apply that Dhamma there. The speed story is completely in the field side.
And earlier you asked a question, why do you feel about what, how do you feel that yesterday? You were asking about that.
Yeah.
Uh, was that, I couldn't answer that question, isn't it?
It was about the mind. I'm trying to make you to dig into all your systems. So it's the mind. So don't forget, yesterday is a thought, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday is a thought. Yesterday is a thought. So the thought has a perception level as well as a feel level. Why we have this perception is uh, because that because of it's just a part of the mind, because it has nothing to do with, can you understand, it has nothing to do with the light, or it doesn't necessarily mean anything to the other sensory organs, do they?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
You mean the other
just,
5 senses? Is that what you mean?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
You can't touch yesterday. You can't.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, it's
can't.
100% mind. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a production of mind. So
Mm.
that's the same thing like time.
Mm. Yeah.
That's the same thing like the beginning and the end. This
Mm.
Aranwansi told this so beautifully last night
Mm.
in single medium, of course, but it is very beautiful to understand these things, how mind works.
Yeah.
So if you have an idea that what will happen to me in the next birth, or what will happen to me when I die, these are all mind projections.
Yeah.
So if you are actually holding a Dhamma discussion, you need to understand, if someone asks you a question, mind is a very beautiful, at the same time very tricky organ. The end, beginning, a lot of things are there. Some things are purely the kind of the problem of the mind. So there are problems specifically in the mind as well. There are specific things in the light, vision, eye problem, the ear problem, touch and temperature problem, smell, taste. I don't know. Was it clear? I mean,
Yeah, it was clear, yes. Yes.
So the end
I,
and the beginning, the
mm,
next, the even the pala, what
mm,
is this? Dhamma achievements are also in the same thing.
same thing.
Same
So
thing, that is the
they are
mind.
nothing to do with the other five senses. Yes.
And mind is utterly nonsense. So if there is something like that, you should be able to realize, oh my God, this is how mind works. This is mind.
Mm,
If you are thinking really, if you are really feel that some achievement, it is a mind projection. So it's wrong anyway. Feel, that's the difference between the mind and the feel. And the feel, we are talking about the self vibration or non vibration. So if there is a feel, it's a that's a self vibration basically.
yeah. Thiruvon Saranai to all of you. I have to leave for something urgently. I
All
apologize, Thiruvon Saranai.
there are some. Anything else, Suramika? I mean, this is a very tricky area. I apologize if I'm making you a bit confused, because I'm not. My intention is not to confuse you. I'm trying to make you all like explore a bit more, because uh, it's really
No,
interesting and
doctor, always you
important to
come
explore.
with thought-provoking Dhamma points, in the sense always they push us to explore more and more than exploring, to see it through ourselves. I mean, thank you so much for that. And doctor, when you were talking about this mind perception, I was wondering, uh, now in a thought also, although we don't see at subtle level, the contributions of other sensory inputs are also there. Oh,
Yes,
now,
going to the market
yeah,
has everything.
is
That is what Suramika
everything.
said.
Yeah, yeah, everything is
It
there.
doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, that,
So imagine you start to do the walking. If the mind calms down, or actually mind doesn't become a thing, or mind subside, then the feel might arise. But if you are really paying attention to everything, yeah, the mind is fully there. That's
yeah.
all.
Contemplation is definitely the mind. We
Yeah,
don't, I
yeah.
mean, yeah. And doctor, to understand mind consciousness, like basically, the best thing is to, as you all say, this philosophy should be thoroughly understood. Then there comes a level like, now previously, uh, daydreaming was a part of my life. Daydreaming is nothing but these strings of thoughts. No, in a way, when particular thought arises, associated thoughts come, and we get lost in that ignorantly. They become so real, and we are in a film within a film. So that goes away, and some awareness arises like a reminder that it is the mind consciousness, that it is an automated process, that that relieves us. I mean, initial level, that stops going into the dream, and actually by, I mean, after some time, without any effort, I mean, thought becomes a thought without us going into
Yeah,
that
yeah.
dream.
But
Yeah,
don't think
doctor.
too much about these things,
Yeah.
because then you fall into the mind again.
Again, when the moment we recall, the
Not
mind is at
recall.
work. Yeah,
Actually, you are a bit tasting it.
tasting, entertainment. Yeah, doctor. Sure.
Yeah.
Mm. That
So we
is
have.
evident from the variation of, I mean, articulation. No, that I mean, our listeners feel the level of entertainment in speaking. So, I mean, you feel it
Yeah,
definitely.
kind of,
Yeah,
kind of, yeah. And no, even beyond that, what I'm trying to say is just learn to go by the feel only. It's very important. If you're
Doctor,
100% sure this mind is not true, why are you putting it to the mind side again? There's no need. There's no need. Even if you feel a little bit, just go by the feel only. And Dhamma will come at particular point, Dhamma will come. Because thinking, even the active contemplation and passive contemplation is not needed for someone who has listened to Dhamma for a long time. But the problem is whether there are any pitfalls in the understanding. That will go away because we are discussing too much. In the sense, yeah, sometimes too much. But I think it will help all of us to actually get this, if you didn't tell that yesterday or the day before that thing, this whole story with the 5-year gap and all that, this whole story might not come because you told that only it came because genuine problems actually brings up Dhamma properly. Because now it has to be highlighted to let the other Dhamma friend know, like it has to be even when, just imagine like someone talking with a worry, don't you feel that?
we do.
Yeah, like when they are worried, or when they are not sure, when they are kind of hesitating, so that's doubts. So all these are like hindrances. Doubts about Dhamma is a hindrance, but all these are there to the end sometimes, like because ignorance is there to the end. At the end, sometimes the hindrance is you're waiting for something to happen. Something like that. It can be such a little thing, but still, if there is a problem that is in the perception level, the feel level, there is no problem. Feel level, it is either the vibration or the non-vibration. There's no anything else in there. There's nothing more than that. If it is a vibration, it is a vibration forever. That's fine. If the system has not felt the non-vibration, that's fine. It will be vibration. But if the system has felt the non-vibration at least for a fraction of a second, then that system enters the path, yes. But that non-vibration will manifest again. But to become that, still there is ignorance, So it's a kind of a interesting part. But the other good point is when the interest die to zero, everything comes. Everything happens. But you continue to listen to Dhamma, you continue to do the Dhamma sermons, you continue to do whatever. Yeah, it's okay. Doesn't matter whatever happens, happens. But you don't stop any of these actual, and if you happen to contemplate, you contemplate. If you happen to feel something, you feel it. Doesn't matter. You're not trying to change anything, means you're really good. If you're trying to change something, that means, yes, 100% there is ignorance. Not 100%, to a certain degree there is ignorance. But
And the
the
self, no, doctor, self. It's very
ignorance
nice
itself
when you
is
explain.
self,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
doctor, when you talked about the strong perceptions, it really came very nicely because Aryan Mahanse always now the point of contemplation he gives is identify your own taint level or defilements. No, in other words, they are these strong perceptions. So when you were talking, I was kind of now my entire story about sister, the skin color, all those, I mean, glimpses of past, those were strong perceptions. So when you were talking about them today, I mean, I was experiencing the beauty. I mean, whatever the words you use, you are telling about the defilements and this strong perception. It's the more, I
Yeah.
mean, it is the, I mean, truth. Aryan Mahase uses some other word, but when you said strong perceptions, I mean, it really helped me to see the big picture and get at it, doctor. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
because
Yeah.
this Dhamma, actually, you are not doing anything.
Hmm.
You just find them, kind of realize them. Oh my God, this is what happened. This is why my mind thickness is so powerful, you know. You know, we are annoyed by certain things. We need to identify these things. We are very happy for some things. We need to identify these things. What perceptions make us to fly? What perceptions make us to sink to the flow? Like I'm giving a metaphor there. Fly means not actual flying. I mean to feel elated. What makes you actually feel elated? What makes you actually feel very, very, very down? So that's all in the mind. This you know, this awakening is not in the mind. Nothing to do with the mind. That's the importance. If there's anything with the mind is happy, unhappy, elated, moody, everything. That is in the mind. So this mind is a vast area. That's why Lord Buddha said it is the Maya, Maya Karya, magician standing in the middle of 6 roads or something. Because there are six sides to it. The magician is showing magic. And you should be vigilant enough to catch these things. And these discussions are for that. And hopefully, this discussion should help. I mean, if that is not the case, discussion should shut down. But yeah, so the importance of listening to Dhamma is also not to look at things from your glass. Because that's a big thing that people do. They try to look at it through their own glasses. Don't. The being open-minded is really important. Don't look at through your glass. Drop your glass and just try to feel what it is. Because the mind can say anything. You know, mind can say, well, I can't understand this. Mind can say that. Don't pay any attention. Who cares what mind says? Mind can say, yes, I know, I can understand. Don't pay attention to that also. Mind can say, I am not there. Who cares? Because it's mind mind thing. And sometimes mind says, no, I am there. Sometimes it says, I'm not there. Sometimes it says, I'm there. Who cares? The mind is not true. Mind is just a creation. Mind is a beautiful creation which should be fully realized. And to come to the field side also should be realized actually. Yes.
And doctor, when actually, as you say, it's so miraculous. Now, when Miss Urangika was telling that seated on a couch or something, a couch appeared in my mind, like we have no idea whatsoever about that couch, no, but that sound itself, I mean, created an image, something red and, I mean, like beige, but it may be something that occurred, some perception in the past. And the kitchen stool, whatever this, as you said, that milk and butter thing, that is the truth about mind. I mean, it happens without any effort. No one is doing that, but it arises. So we can't stop it by force even. So whatever
No, we are
the
not stopping,
yeah,
but
yeah.
there will be a moment
Mm,
that it is not powerful at all.
yeah. And doctor, before that we never knew such things happen even. I mean, when
Yeah.
somebody says something we didn't know. So that is the beauty of Dhamma, yes,
And
doctor.
this exploration of mind, how it works, how it has so many only features of only for the mind, like time and end and the beginning and all these things. You need to know the verse is the existing perception and the self perception. That is the core of Dhamma. I mean, if I didn't say this word today, this discussion is useless. So we are not doing the correct thing by R.N. Vansi if this didn't come now. So the mind, we are talking a lot about the mind, but the most repeated, like 100% time repeated perception is Itta Sanya and Atma Sanya. That is the existence perception and the self perception.
Self-perception.
So this is the problem. And there's a reason for that. Why? There is an underneath tension. There's an underneath feel. There's an underneath power. That's why this whole thing has come. It doesn't come for nothing. And our task is not to understand every other perception. Our task is to catch this self vibration. Task is done. People say that Lord Buddha, task is done. I don't know. There is a word for that. That Venerable say. What is that, Surangika? The Lord Buddha, Swamin Vanses used to come.
Yeah,
Used
I
to
think
come and
it's
say, Katakarani.
Katankarani.
Yeah, done. So how do they say that? See the confidence in that is done. And that's the thing.
They have definitely felt the non-vibration, that the zero
The
uh,
done part is
power.
not just feeling that.
Mm.
Just feeling that is the beginning of the path, but actually becoming that. Imagine that. That's so beautiful, isn't it? Because it's like a tree.
Consistent. No. Yeah.
It's
It
it's
is.
like a tree. like it's a beautiful thing, but it is the end. So just realizing it is also good, but becoming it has. But Aranwansa is doing it slowly, slowly. There, he's trying to take everyone in this Zoom discussions to slowly, but there are caveats, there are pitfalls, because this some parts in the Satyajnana can be missed. So because it's very easy to get caught in the mind process, and the mind will go to Nirvana. I mean, this is a very 100% possibility. If you are not vigilant enough, like, Lord Buddha gave up form dhyana and non-form dhyana. Just imagine how much wisdom he had to give up that. That's such a wisdom. Even Narad Mahansa, he did all these meditations to give up that, to understand that this is useless, to understand that nothing has happened to the self-view, nothing has happened to the self-vibration, nothing has happened to the self-perception. It's such a wisdom, because if you are crazily addicted to the non-form meditation level, you can't do much. But still he went back. So it's really, really interesting how these things work, because it is a different aspect. So he came to Dhamma from a different aspect, but it's only unique to him. Everyone is different. Everyone is different. But he has to do that because he surely can tell the difference now. But if you actually get this experiences, one can actually understand the other side too. If you understand, if you feel the non-vibration, you can really understand what happens with the concentration meditation, because concentration meditation is actually in going through the mind. The mind is fixed there. And you go to a level that you don't feel anything. In the beginning, it is fixed already. That's why you do the concentration meditation anyway. You're trying to achieve something. So you are there. That's what Ananda Thero just gave up. Just imagine this. Had to give up. He had to give up. It's such a beautiful Dhamma. Yes, Surangika.
Yeah, there was even last night's one, there was a lot to contemplate also. The last part of it, I think he was talking about the company, the non-vibration, not being a thing, and if there's anything real in this world, then that's also not real because it is being taken from the six senses. That part, so I mean, there's so much more to.
And the way he was trying to say whether there's anything called non-vibration. He asked me that question one day in the night Zoom, I think. Yeah, it is such a beautiful thing. Is there something called vibration, and is there something called non-vibration? If there is something like that, it is definitely in the mind. Because mind has all these problems. This mind is a It's a very good tool, but hard to swallow.
Yeah, it has the tendency of seizing anything, even
Yeah, that is
non-vibration.
Maya. The mind is the Maya.
Yeah, that's what
Oh.
basically I think he said that was the problem for me.
What was that metaphor of toffee used for? Actually, I was unable to listen to it yet. It is to understand giving a kind of some target to the mind and to see how the
Yeah.
thought pattern.
No,
Right.
not a target.
No, not only to
Not
not
at,
only to manipulate it. It's just to get the actually these there are so much hindrances now. So stupor, sloth, like not wanting to do anything and all that.
Sometimes how you cajole children saying, okay,
yeah,
I'll give you
that's
I'll
right.
give you 1 hour of TV if you do these tasks for the day type of thing.
Yeah, yeah. There is
That,
something called showing the carrot to the rabbit. So that's what came to my
yeah,
mind. Carrot tale pennanawa, and you get, I mean, somebody to do something. So
yes, but
that
it's
way,
part of the
mm,
Ayatana Kalamanakaranya, and once he said that to me in the morning Zoom. But
ah,
more than that, it was that what Sonamali said was she has said this before. She has said that you can't. The mind has to be managed. I think she has said several times. The mind has to be managed in a beautiful way while seeing the Dhamma. So I think that's what she was trying to say, because when one understands the mind and the tendencies of it to attach to things, to latch on to things, so on and so forth, going completely against it and dragging it in a different direction won't work. So
Yeah.
occasionally
But
you have
but
to,
in an Arahant, there is no this problem. We have to remember that.
yes, so this is only in the path. Yeah.
Only in the path, yeah. To keep things steady,
To keep things steady. And I think that's why R.N. Mahansa said so have a listen to the morning one. They said that there is no happiness, and when there is no happiness, the mind is seizing the only thing that is closest to happiness, which is the nirvana, and then that is now too much of a problem, too much of focus and concentration, and so that means that self is there.
Yeah, that's why I'm against when you say, should I pierce that? Should I pierce that? I'm asking you to drop everything and relax, because you have enough contemplation.
But he said that the functions of the senses have not been
That
reflected enough.
should that's okay, yeah. But that is other ones. Actually, I have told you that before, like the light and the touch and the sound.
Yeah, so that is why even where the touch is concerned and the light is concerned, I mean, I use even the walks in the park because the sunlight comes out through the trees and all at that time. Then the dew on the grass, when the walking meditation is being done, the sensation under the foot. Then even when sitting in the lounge, the different chairs that I mentioned, the texture
No,
of it.
walk as a baby. Just don't think about any of these things.
I mean, yeah, not all the time, but I take like 10, 15 minutes.
No,
sometimes.
it's a definite advice I'm giving.
Not to contemplate at all, is it?
100%. It's for you only.
In the walk
Try when you
or-
walk.
okay.
You walk, yeah, don't contemplate at all. You can contemplate at any time. When you listen to them, you can contemplate at any time. Just have at least 1 hour or 30 minutes or even 15 minutes. Just don't contemplate.
contemplation while listening to Dhamma really helps. Yeah, doctor, it helps, and that's how
No, that is enough. I mean,
yeah.
that was enough. I mean, I can't say that is enough. It depends on the person, but what I'm trying to say to Surangika is at least choose 1 hour or 30 minutes or 10 minutes where you don't contemplate at all. Just be like a child, Surangika.
Dr. Coker, I just wanted to ask you the morning English Zoom, what is your time slot? Because I'm finding it difficult to stay awake for the night one, but the other free slots according to the old schedule also don't work with the office schedule. What time do you do your talk?
It was 5:30 to 7 from Australian time.
5:30 to 7. So you're still doing that time
Yeah.
with the new time schedule?
Yes. I
Okay.
got it changed. I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
change the night one, but I joined the morning one because even in the 5:31, I am struggling. I hear the alarm and I still struggle, and somehow I get up also. Because with these kids, it's very difficult to fall asleep properly at night. So my sleep time is very less.
Yeah, I was
Doctor, do you do 2 sermons? Night also 1 slot is taken by you?
No.
Oh,
This
it's
is the
1.5
one in the
hour.
evening.
Ah,
This is the
one.
one in the evening, 2 hours.
Yeah, 2. Ah, right. Okay.
And 1.5 in the morning.
I'm not coherent enough in the night, and it was actually not good. So I have to speak to RN Mahansa because I don't know what I'm saying sometimes.
Maybe when Sudharma goes back, take that slot.
Yeah, Miss Surangika, now I am doing from 7 to 8. Actually, mostly when I am going here and there,
I don't know what time
recorded.
she starts work. Or
Yeah.
you can do a talk in the morning and give the recording every day so that.
Yeah,
you can
that's
do
what I
that.
did today as well, because, but I don't know whether it's an inconvenience, no, if we give every day a talk like that recorded, because that is the most convenient.
Maybe
No,
you can.
I don't
I
think.
can't do that
Yeah.
because the it looks a bit artificial to me, kind of thing. Because I don't know. I have never tried that. I may have to. I may have to in an emergency.
Yeah, I mean, this morning I did it closer to the garden in the morning, like, when our advanced talks in the 5 o'clock Zoom. So it was actually quite relaxing because, basically the world hasn't got up. And very quiet, that how the stillness of the morning really helps, and there is more clarity of mind also at that time, rather than in the evening or even during the day. You can't, it's impossible with the work. And when the time changes in Sydney, I start at 7:30 in the morning, and then when my parents come, I can't do any time in the morning because of their stuff. So, and it's not correct also to keep on changing the times here and there also, because there are. So I think that recording is good,
recording. Yeah, it
as
is
long
okay.
as it's not a hassle for the people, the co-hosts.
I don't think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think so. But you can ask them. I actually wanted to ask Saran Hanse whether I talk to Dr. Sakuntala about it, whether he can give Saran Hanse's number to Joel, but I forgot it. I wanted to ask that even yesterday. I forgot it.
Yeah, that might be good because he hasn't joined after that day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll stop now, actually. So thank you so much, Aran Hansa. We worship you every day. Thank you, Dhamma friends. Thank you for participation as well. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Pokira.
Doctor. Thank you. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai. Surangika. Aryan Mahasita Namaste.
Tedwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining afresh, you are listening to the English Buddothpado 24-hour Zoom discussion Zoom series. And what we are trying to deliver and what we are trying to impart to our listeners, English-speaking listeners particularly through these talks, are to communicate our understanding through self-realization to the extent that it has been realized. This pure Dhamma truth, the pure Buddhist philosophy, as realized and exposed and imparted by Lord Buddha more than 2005. And also that same truth that was unveiled by our noble teacher, Buddothpado and Vahans, and shared with the world for the last 5 to 6 years. The basic Buddhist philosophy is that this is no self-Dhamma. Everything that is revolving around you is based on the premise that there is a you there, an individual here, and that there is a world here, that you are living in a world, isn't it? That is how you have grown up. That is how you have learned things. That is how it has been, you may say, or think. Basically, this world is taken for granted, isn't it? You assume that you were born into a world, that this world existed for millions and millions of years. You in fact know about the dinosaur age, the industrial age, all these type of things, even the evolution theory. All these also, the Einstein discoveries, the Darwin discoveries, all these things are things that you think have actually transpired, and that this world was there. There is history that is learned separately. There is, like you understand and believe that there were world wars, there were epidemics, and various things. So that is the world that has now evolved, as you say, to the modern times, to the modern centuries, 20th century, 21st century. But irrespective of all that, irrespective of all any kind of advancement of the human race, you know how we say everything has advanced, isn't it? Technology-wise, facilities-wise, everything has advanced. But people are actually living in a materialistic world. Whilst there might be more comforts, whilst everything might be available, at the speed of clicking a button, and ways of communication also are so much greater than back in the old day. between the suffering that was experienced by humanity 20, 30, 40, 100, 200,000 years ago, and the suffering that is encountered today? Is there any difference? Is the suffering that happened at that time different to the suffering that is happening today? Has it reduced with technology advancement, medicinal advancements, all types of other kinds of advancements? Ask yourself, has the suffering reduced? So, what cannot be caught to material science, what is not easily discerned to the human eye, what is not easily discerned to any kind of obvious experiences that are, in capturing this world's attention and your attention. All these things, there is something beyond that. There's something more profound. And that is what the Buddha actually explained more than 2,500 years ago. At the moment, I'm looking out of the window, and it's a beautiful morning here. It's very quiet. It's around 6:15 in the morning. The world is just waking up. Everything is almost still. The world hasn't kind of gone crazy yet. So the human noises of vehicles rattling by, all that hasn't really yet started, except for occasional noise here and there. The birds are active. Nature is active. The birds have started their quest for food very early in the morning, and you can see them flitting around. There's a lot of bird activity around, a lot of greenery around. Sky is popping blue, awaiting the rising of the sun. There is a calmness, a tranquility in nature. If you sit within nature, if you sit amongst nature, you can feel that tranquility seeping into you. But do we ever have the time to do that? Do we ever take a moment to sit calmly and absorb that same tranquility? And why is it that that is not possible? Because of this mind constantly going on, isn't it? Thought after thought after thought. It takes you away from tranquility. It takes you away from the peace that is actually there within. Peace is actually there within. The Buddha talks about nirvana. The Buddha talks about non-vibration. And before vibration happened, before the senses started creating a world, before the mind started getting so powerful that non-vibration was more evident. If we take the instance of a baby with the radiant mind, why we call it radiant is because the baby doesn't have these various perceptions that adults do, various inhibitions that the adults have. If you recall, a baby has no sense of shyness or embarrassment. It will walk around either in its nappy or diaper, or even if it is without clothes, it has no sense of embarrassment. When it laughs, it gurgles with pleasure, isn't it? The smile of a baby is so innocent, so pure, so joyful. Where is that joy coming from? Where is that pure happiness that can be seen from that face and the smile coming from? That is because it has none of these worldly views, none of these perceptions that adults have, because it is not tainted anymore. Tainted to the extent that adults have been tainted over the years. It has no sense of right and wrong. It has no sense of happiness and sorrow, ugly and beautiful. Everything is the same, isn't it? Everything is like a new experience. There is no rejection. There is no acceptance. Everything is just there. Then what do you think happened after that? How did that radiant mind get tainted? How did this human condition become so complex? And how did it end up with all this suffering, this sorrow, this ability to get into a rage at a minute's notice or at a fraction of a second? How did it evolve and really degrade to the point of putting down other human beings, having only pure self-interest and selfishness at heart? How did it degrade to the point of considering that only things that are relating to I, me and mine are important and at the detriment of everyone else? How are these wars being fought now with absolute callous regard for the lives and interests and welfare and well-being of other human beings? Even human beings, leave alone animals and creatures and nature that is also decimated in the process. How did the human mind become so complex, become so convoluted, become so degraded? The Buddha shone the light of truth onto this whole human condition. Not only the human condition, to all this suffering. This suffering is actually, it has such a profound meaning. It is not referring to the death in a conventional sense. It's not referring to illness. It's not referring to things like that. it is true, those also will bring suffering. But when the Buddha said that Salayatana Loko, what he meant was these senses present a world, present a facade of a world. It is the senses that drive and create this world, so-called world. And if there is a realization, if there is an understanding of these senses, how they operate, how they work, then one can see, one can realize an end to suffering. Because ultimately, the core tenet of Buddhist philosophy, unlike any other religion, is that there is no self here. Contrary to the common belief, contrary to the conventional world, where human rights, individuality, personality, civic rights, privacy, all these things have come about because of the sense of individuality and importance that is given, isn't it, to this so-called personality, the I, me, and the my thing. That is fine for a society. It is fine for the conventional world to live in a civilized form. But what the Buddha said, that when one actually realizes that there is no self here at all, there was never a self, that this whole so-called existence is just a process that has come about through this vibration, and it is all just a manifestation because of the speed of vibration. There is no way for a self or a person to get formed, or a being, or any kind of living being to get formed. The fact that we actually think that there is a human here, that there are creatures, animals on the planet, any other kind of living beings, that is all just a thinking process, just a perception. And that is what he actually unraveled through the Buddhist philosophy, through the truth. It's actually not a religion. The Buddha expounded the truth that is behind this reason and this cause for suffering. The suffering, the cessation of suffering, how to end the suffering, and the means to end that suffering are the Four Noble Truths that the Buddha explained and realized. Without those Four Noble Truths, without the understanding of those Four Noble Truths, there is no way out of this suffering. But there is a way out, and that is through understanding those Four Noble Truths. So isn't that even beautiful by itself? There is a path. The Buddha always said, and our noble teacher also always says, that nirvana is always here. The non-vibration is also always here. It is actually there. That is the fundamental level, the level that is actually there within us. But it has been covered by a mind that has become more and more powerful, and with the weight and the importance that it has given to perceptions that have been accumulated from the childhood days, the mind and the vibration has become more and more powerful, and that underlying power has gained momentum over the years to such an extent that the ego has magnified, and that it is that ego that is now driving almost you like a vehicle, where even you don't know how to stop to apply the brakes. But there is the Buddhist philosophy, there is this truth. This truth is actually every living being's entitlement. Every human being should be privileged, should be indeed fortunate to be able to access this truth. Because it is through this truth, understanding it and realizing it and walking on the path of the practical application of it in your day-to-day lives. No matter what nationality you are, what caste or creed or culture system that you're coming from, it doesn't matter. This is just a condition and cause and effect, Dhamma, which is applicable to all living beings. But the beauty of the human existence is that because humans have this consciousness, the mind, it is only human beings in this human existence, in this human realm, that can use the mind as a tool. That same mind that has propelled this existence in the wrong direction, that same mind can be used to actually understand this Dhamma. First to gain knowledge of it, first to then understand it, but then actually to reflect on it with sufficient patience, sufficient perseverance, and sufficient effort, that with that reflection, with that insight meditation, one can actually transcend the mind, liberate from the mind, and find that inner wisdom. Like we said, that the non-vibration is always here, nirvana is always here. The arising of the wisdom through contemplation, through insight meditation, will pave the way to that non-vibration back again, to the point of the radiant mind of the child, of the infant, and even beyond that, to the point of arahathood or Buddhahood or non-vibration. Buddhahood is not controversial. Buddhahood only is another word for non-vibration. It is not a word that is associated with a particular individual. It is not a word which is associated with Lord Buddha, which epitomizes Lord Buddha as a person. The word Buddha has been coined because it was Lord Buddha who actually discovered the truth, something that was never heard before. Never heard or realized before was what the Buddha found, the truth. And because of that, the word Buddhahood has been coined, or the state of Buddhahood, but it is not in reference to an individual. There was no individual, there was no person. The Buddha is not a person. That is a state. That is the non-vibrational state. So how does one actually get to that point? It is through realization of this pure truth. It is through the realization and understanding of this Dhamma, which is what our noble teacher has imparted to us and shared with us for the last 5 to 6 years. He has gone through that journey. He has undertaken that journey on his own after practicing all kinds of traditional teachings himself, and realized that concentration meditation all those forms of traditional teachings have not really unraveled that pure truth that the Buddha imparted so many thousand years ago. So he too embarked on a journey to actually unravel this hidden truth, and that is what has been, after self-realization, that is what has been imparted to the world for the last 5 to 6 years, and which we are also trying to, in our own way, try to impart to our listeners. So when the Buddha said that it is these senses that create the world, the cause and effect Dhamma that he explained is also a way of trying to explain how this world has got created. The dependent origination, Paticca-samuppada, if you have heard of it, is also a concept that the Buddha actually created for the very purpose of trying to explain to society, trying to explain this human condition, trying to explain that this is actually just a system, that it is not anybody doing it, it is actually the way the nature forms itself. So when we say about the 5 senses or the sensory organs, every living being, whether it is an animal or a creature, or whether it is a human, each of these beings have either one or more sense faculties, isn't it? The human has 5 sensory organs, but then if you think about a worm, the worm would have only the body sensor. It doesn't have the eyes and the ears and so on, only that one sensor faculty, the body sensor. So we'll come back to the worm in a minute, but if we think about the human being, so these 5 sensory organs, the way it works is actually the vibration that is occurring in the 5 sense faculties is the thing that actually gives us a manifestation of various sensory experiences. Again, contrary to common belief, contrary to the conventional worldly view, the Buddha said there is no ability for anyone or anything for that matter to be able to discern or experience a world outside. It is only whatever that gets manifested to the senses that those living beings have that then creates that being's world. And so they are all operating in that world that gets created or manifested as an illusion. It's created and manifested within those sensory faculties. So the same is true for human beings. I mean, if you think about your own life, leave alone what society has taught and all that. If you think about your own life and if you think about what is surrounding you at this moment, or if you think about your life for the last 30, 40 years, depending on how old you are now, if you can think about every concept, everything that you have learned that you can put a name to, everything that you associate, everything that you feel, you can put a name to, isn't it? So how did that happen? These worldly things, if we start with the materialistic things, if we start with the things that are out there in the world, objects, persons, people, all these things have been learned, isn't it? At some point or the other, it has been taught. It has been acquired through knowledge, either through your parents at a very, very young age, or at the Montessori or kindergarten level, isn't it? Everything is taught as a perception. If you think about the eye, all that is happening at the eye faculty is a vibration. But that vibration actually telepathizes with vibrations of equal or similar frequencies, and the spark that occurs in the eye is actually then considered as light. It is also, it is considered as light. The manifestation that is occurring in the eye faculty is what we call light. The manifestation that occurs due to the fast occurrence of vibration in the eardrum is what we call sound. The sound is not something that is created outside that we hear separately on this side. If you are deaf, there is no sound. Or for example, if you say not even deaf, if you don't have ears, would you hear sound? No. So isn't that completely reliant on there being ears, there being a sense of there being such a faculty? So what about the other sensor faculties? It's the same thing, isn't it? With the tongue sensor, without the tongue, there is no taste. Without the nose, there is no smell. And without the body faculty, there is no sensation of temperature or cold or even heat and the sense of solidity. All that is coming because this entire body or skin sensor is vibrating. Every cell of this body is subject to vibration. And because of that vibration and the fact that it resonates with similar frequency vibrations, that is how there is actually a sensation that is born here. That sensation is purely happening due to the speed of vibration. But then what happens with all these different perceptions that are occurring in the sensor faculties? There is another thing that actually kicks in. The mind consciousness combines these 5 sensory perceptions, the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste, and the smell perceptions. They are also basic consciousnesses. But what happens with those is that they are then combined by the mind, and then an interpretation is given to those sensory perceptions, and the combination of it creates another vibration altogether, which the mind then scrambles to give a name to. When we talk about Nama Rupa in the Paticcasamuppada or dependent origination, Nama means name, Rupa means form. The word Rupa, form, is actually not as if a form is coming from outside, but Rupa in Pali is actually Ruppanaya. And Ruppanaya is nothing other than vibration. So due to the vibration, there is actually an image that gets formed. This is also, the formation happens only because of the speed. The pure sheer speed of vibration gives the wrong impression, gives this impression in the sensor faculties that something has formed and that something is there. So the something that is there, which is called the light perception, if it is occurring in the eye, the vibration. Something that is there which is occurring in the eardrum is the sound. Something that is there which is occurring in the tongue is the taste. For the nose it's the smell, and for the body sensation it's the heat, the cold, and the solidity, and so on. It is giving rise to a sensation, but that is only because of the speed. If that speed was not there, there would not be a sensation, because it is purely a creation. If we think about a fireball, which is being rotated at speed, you get the illusion that there is a ring of fire, isn't it? But was there a ring of fire? No. What how did we get the illusion of the ring of fire? Because of the sheer speed at which it is rotating. But if you actually look for a ring of fire, there isn't anything like that. So it's the same kind of process that happens in our sense faculties. If there are no eyes, there's no vibration. If there are no eyes, there's no sight. That's it, plain and simple. No vision. Because the vibration, there's no place for the vibration to occur within this body, and therefore there is no way that anything can telepathize with any other vibration to even create that manifestation of light. Now the light that is getting created is only due to the vibration if one actually has the eye faculty. But if the eyes are not there, even that doesn't occur. So that basic light perception is happening as long as there is a physical body here and the breath is coming in and out of this body, everything, the eye faculty is vibrating. The vibration occurs in the eardrum, the eyes, the nose, the tongue, and the body sensor. That happens. But that is a natural process. As long as there is a body, that process happens. And the light perception forms, the sound perception forms, the tongue, the taste perception, the smell perception, and the bodily tactile sensations form. But the understanding is that what the Buddha said is even that is a manifestation. But then it becomes more complex than that. The mind sensor is a different sensor altogether. What the mind sensor does is, and it is so prominent in human beings, which is what we touched on earlier, the mind consciousness combines these 5 sensory perceptions and then creates another vibration altogether. And that product, that outcome is what we call a thought. That outcome, that thought is what we call mother, what we call father, what we call a ball, a bat, cricket, teacher, orange, apple. This is how these objects have been formed. This is how these names have been formed. Every one of these things that are coined by the mind consciousness combining the 5 basic sensory perceptions is given a name, is given a label. So when we talked about Nama Rupa or form, name and form, actually why is it called name and form? The vibration that is happening and the sensory images that it is creating, whether by way of sound, whether by way of taste, touch or smell, is irrelevant if the mind interpretation does not happen. The mind interprets, as we said before, when these sensory perceptions are occurring, the mind scrambles to interpret these perceptions, and that interpretation, that creation, it constructs something out of those sankhara, out of those mental formations. It is constructing something altogether new. And that construction of something altogether new is what we call a thought. So the thought of a mother, the thought of a father, the thought orange, the thought apple, the thought cricket bat, the thought school, teacher, school bus, doorbell, car, bird, flower, plant, insect, chair, pavement, rocks, stones, fences, gardens, trees, sky, houses, and the list goes on and on. Is there any one of those objects that have been given a name to that wasn't actually learned Every one of those concepts have been learned. Every one of those concepts have been learned, isn't it? You take yourself back to the childhood days, and this is the Buddhist philosophy. The three wisdoms that have to be realized are what we call Pubbē Nivasanusati Jnana in Pali, and that is the seeing of the earlier thought process, how the thought process worked. And for that, if we take an object, if we take, for example, something that you have in front of you at this moment, say, for example, it is a chair. Now I also can see a chair in front of me. So let's say we take a chair. Now, how did we know that the chair is a chair? Because at some point it has been, somebody has told us it's a chair, isn't it? Isn't chair a thought? How did the chair be called a chair? Because somebody has told us it's a chair. Now, you have never thought of it before. But this is how the insight meditation is done. This is how one actually penetrates the thought and sees the truth behind the thought. So if the chair is a thought, how did we come about like that? So for that, one has to traverse to the childhood time and see at what point this became like that. And then you actually realize that, yeah, at the time of childhood, the teacher teaches, shows various images and associates a sound with it and calls something an object, calls something by a name, isn't it? It will show an image and it will associate a sound with it and it will say that's an apple. This is the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E. This is the color red. This is the color blue. This is the color orange. Isn't everything having to be shown and a name associated with it through sound for it to be actually learned? That gradual reinforcement of that vibration of an image, light perception, and a sound perception coming together is then actually called an apple. An apple is shown and they continuously say, this is an apple, this is an apple, this is an apple. So the constant reinforcement of those two vibrations, those two perceptions, will then entrench that perception of not the light, not the sound, not the, if you touch it, there is a feeling of solidity, roundness in the apple. But then ultimately what is sticking? The word apple, isn't it? The name apple. So the same thing with the chair. An image is shown. The child might even be allowed to touch the chair. What is felt to the touch is solidity, isn't it? Just solidity, hardness of the chair. If you touch the cushion part of the chair, if it is a cushion chair, then the cushion part will be softer. But still, that's only a degree, a gradient of solidity, isn't it? It is still a solidity, sense of solidity. If you touch the frame, it is more solid, more hard. But so what is actually felt to the hand is just solidity in varying degrees. What is seen is an image. And then a sound is associated with it and it's called a chair. So then if you actually so in this way, every object, whether it is a taste, an orange is given to drink like orange juice, and so then the tongue has a taste. It is only a sensation of taste. There is no sensation of sweetness, there is no sensation of sourness, nothing of that sort. But what do? The teacher teaches it, or whoever it is who is teaching it will give certain names to it, will attach certain names to it. And so the orange juice is then said it is orange, it is sweet, it is tangy to the taste, it's cool, it's nourishing for you, it is full of vitamin C, and so on. So then these are taken, every one of these aspects that are given are just names that are given. The fact that it is good for you, the fact that it has vitamin C, the fact that it is sweet is all taken separately as perceptions. What is heard is a sound, and with that sound there is a name, a label associated with it, and then the mind creates the thought, the construct called orange juice. The mind creates the construct called vitamin C. The mind creates the construct that it is good for you. So good, vitamin C, orange juice, that it is a liquid. All that is actually thoughts, isn't it? They are all turned into, constructed and created as thoughts. And if we now actually talk about something that perhaps you and me probably won't have somewhere close by. Say, for example, we think about a car. So straight away you will get an image flashing in the mind about a car. It can be actually your car that is sitting in the garage, or it can be even some other car. But generally, when I say car, you know exactly what a car is. You know exactly what it looks like. Generally, you also know the different brands and models of cars. You have a tendency and a preference to a particular car. You know the solidity. You can even feel the solidity of the car, isn't it? Almost as if you are running your hand along the side of the car, you can actually feel the solidity of the car. You can actually feel the solidity of the steering wheel under your fingers if you are driving. If you're a person who generally drives a car, you can actually, sitting here in the lounge or sitting wherever you are, you can actually feel the solidity of the steering wheel under your fingers. How is that even possible? Can you see that at some point, whether it is in the kindergarten time, whether it is in the grade 2, 3 school time, whether it is at a young teenage age, at some point, perhaps at the teenage age, you might have started learning to drive. That might be the very first time you got behind the wheel. And then only you actually felt the solidity of the steering wheel, turning it around, knowing the little tension that you have when you turn it around, the feeling of sitting on those padded seats, the solidity of that, the feeling of motion when the car is in motion, all that you have, isn't it? But if we talk about the car now, when you're not driving the car, when you're not seated behind the steering wheel, when you don't have even a car in sight, how did that entire thing, that entire experience come about in this thought? Because it is ultimately a thought, isn't it? What happened to the solidity of the car and all? That solidity is actually felt in the thought. So these thoughts that we have, every one of these thoughts is actually a combination of those basic perceptions that are formed in the sense faculties, the 5 sense faculties. whether it is the light perception from the arising of the vibration and the telepathizing of the vibration that is occurring in the eye with a similar frequency outside, which gives a rise to a manifestation of light, is what we call light perception. Whether it is the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste and the smell, it can happen in varying combinations, but irrespective of what combination is used, invariably one or two will combine together to form or construct this thought. And it is these thoughts, like we said halfway through, it is the thought of the mother, it is the thought of the father, it is the thought of the bat and the ball and the cricket, the teacher, the school, the doorbell, the car, the whatever, that is being associated now, isn't it? These are the things that make up the world. But where are these actually getting created? They're getting created in the mind, isn't it? Nowhere else. Each one of these things have been learnt. Each one of these things have been combined together in various forms and permutations, and then they have come together to form what we call a thought. And then what happens? So these objects, persons, people and things, each object has been given a name. Each object, each person, each thing, animate or inanimate. As we grow older, there are these other concepts like nationality, patriotism, being community-minded, happiness, kindness, sense of belonging. All these type of concepts, emotions are also added to this list of objects and things that have been learned, isn't it? And then together these things actually form the so-called world. Now this is where the Buddha dealt the biggest blow. The biggest blow is from the truth, the pure truth. The biggest blow that he landed here is to attack this illusion. And how did he attack it? He actually realized through self-realization that this world as we know it, this world as we call it, comprised of all these things, all these objects, people, things, animate or inanimate, including persons, including the people that you hold extremely dear to you, your parents, your siblings, your husband or spouse, your children, and then most of all you, are all coming about as a result of these sensory perceptions. So if we backtrack a little bit from that point, and so when we talk about these objects that have got created over time, mainly the learning happens at Montessori time. And so these objects and things then gradually make up the world, isn't it? The child learns about the initial couple of things. Then that learning becomes more earnest in kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and then suddenly there is this world. I can't say suddenly, sorry, it's gradually. A world starts getting formed, and when this world gets formed with objects, people and things, the baby is taught, the child is taught that you're waking up in the morning, the sun is rising in the morning, the sun sets in the evening. When you wake up in the morning, you have to brush your teeth, you have to have a shower, you have to get ready to go to school, you have to put on your shoes, you have to get your school bag ready. So there is a routine that is taught. Not only objects, people, the routine is taught, brushing the teeth, and so on. Every one of these things is learned as a perception. Nothing is taken without learning. So the learning, the perception, the naming of these things is all what, as we explained, it's a thought. But with this process happening like that, with an object becoming real, with an object being taught and a name and a name being given to every form, whether it is coming by way of sound, touch, taste or smell. Form doesn't mean only an image. Form can be a taste form. a touch form, a sound form, and an image form, and a smell form. Every one of these things is called a form. So if every one of these forms has been given a name and a label, that is how the dependent origination commences. Immediately there is this sensation, there is a perception that that is actually real. The object is real, and the collection of objects is what we call the world, because what is getting constructed in the mind is actually getting projected outside. And when it is projected outside, the mind itself has this notion that it is outside, that the objects are actually outside. And then when the objects are being outside, there is then a so-called feel of existence that comes about, that there is a world outside, and that this world exists, that existent feel comes about. When this whole thing actually starts from vibration, the vibration carries an underlying power. And that underlying power translates itself through those sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. And when that combines into what we call the thought of the mother, the thought of the father, the orange, the chair, the car that we spoke about, those are just thoughts at the beginning. But the more and more they are perceived, the more and more that they are considered to be real, the feeling that the chair exists, the feeling that that orange juice is real, the feeling that when the orange juice was drunk, that that taste was real, that that sweetness that was felt was real, comes about. That feeling, that underlying feeling is actually that underlying power that that vibration had. So now we don't have the light perception, that sound perception separately. What is felt is that the orange juice exists. Not the taste separately, not the smell separately, not the color separately. It is orange juice now, isn't it? So I want orange juice, so I don't like orange juice. Or I want orange juice every day. My mother gives orange juice in a drink bottle for me every day. Orange juice is nutritious, and so on. So all these are perceptions that are occurring because of orange juice, not because of the taste. If you actually look at it, it's just a liquid, isn't it? Juice is just a liquid. And what is seen to the eye is just orange. And if you actually touch it, it's just liquid, like water. That is all. How did it become orange juice? Because of a construct. As we said, the combination of all these things, the orange color, the taste of sweetness, and these concepts, names that have been given to it, the name that has been given to it by coining it together to form something that was actually not there. It's a construct. So like that, every thought is a construct. And so in that way, when these objects form, the world is now full of objects. And then one also gets the feeling through that underlying power that is under the vibration, underlying the vibration. In that same way, the feeling when that an object is there, a perception that occurs, also carries that feeling that that actually is there. Nobody calls it a perception. That is the analysis that is being done through the Dhamma. But how has this deception happened all this time? The orange juice is now true. The orange juice exists outside. It's there in bottles. It's there in the supermarket. Now, so all this is now true. The orange juice is there, the tree is there, the mother is there, the father is there, the siblings are there, the mother, father, everything is true. And when these are true, what happens? The sense of the sense of I being a person, I am experiencing it, I am tasting the orange juice, I am drinking it, I know how important vitamin C is, I know how important those nutrition is, and so on. Everything becomes real. The I and the self gets born as a spin-off of this entire cycle of perceptions that are occurring right through from the inception of that single vibration. That single vibration turning into light, sound, touch, taste perceptions. Then those perceptions combining to form mind perception, which we call the thought. We call it the mind object. We can call it a mental picture. In other words, it's the orange juice. In other words, it's the chair. In other words, it's the car. So it has those elements of, if it's the orange juice, the runniness, the liquidity of it, the orange color of it flashes before your eyes. The sweetness of it flashes before your eyes. But just like the car that we explained, you might not have orange juice anywhere near you now. But the whole thing has come about, isn't it? The whole thing is there now. Orange juice has become real. So moment this object becomes real, there is a person here, a self that is formed, an I has formed. Knowing about the orange juice, having tasted the orange juice, having experienced the orange juice, it is I. Everything is attributed to the I. If the object is real, then automatically an I has been created here. So the object is outside and I am here. So there is this duality that gets formed, which the Buddha said is actually non-existent. That too is a creation by this whole way this mind phenomena works. And that, Dhamma friends, is exactly what it is. Just a natural phenomena, just a natural process. Just like nature, this vibration is happening in varying forms, and whether it happens in an animal, whether it happens in a human being, every one of these aspects is just a vibrational energy forming itself in various forms. Different animals will have different sensory perceptions. We talked about the worm earlier. The worm has only one sensor faculty, the body sensor, and it has just the feeling of coldness, dampness, the solidity component of it. And yet, even from that solidity, dampness, coldness, the worm still feels the sense of being alive, still feels that existent perception. And that existent perception, because of that underlying current and power of that vibration, makes the worm automatically go in search of the dampness of the earth, the coldness of the earth. And that is where this whole self-perception comes about. So there is this incredible amount of discovery that can be done of this human condition, but ultimately what the Buddha said, the self-view is the thing that is the spin-off of this creation of the sense of faculties and the sensory perceptions. It is not true. There wasn't a self here, there was never a self here. It is only a construct. Just like the thoughts of objects being a construct, the self-view is also a construct. So through the Dhamma, through the insight meditation, one actually then understands that this whole sense of an outside world being true is a nullity, is actually a falsehood. And when there is a realization that that's a falsehood, that it is only a perception of the mind, then the perception of the mind and the mind gets examined further. And then from this analysis that was done, there is a realization that the perception also, there is nothing to it. That also occurs only due to the fast speed of the vibration. Then what happens to that feeling that arises out of it, that sense of being alive? That sense of being alive, that self-perception that comes about, can that be real? Can that be separate and stand on its own? No, it can't. When the entire foundation is made up of sensory perceptions caused only because of a speed of vibration, and that too, these perceptions are only manifestations, can the self-view stand? Can the self-perception stand? No. So that underlying power to understand that and to help diminish that power, that is what we call the I. That is what is called this whole self-perception, this feeling that you are alive, actually is a spin-off of these manifestations. But if one actually understands this full breadth and depth of the way this mechanism works, then there is an understanding and a realization through that insight meditation that there wasn't a self here. And when that actually starts breaking down, the defilements of clinging aversion that we talk about so often in Dhamma teachings gradually starts fading away. That is the asavakkhaya jnana. Looking at the past minds helps to understand the truth of the moment, the thought that occurs in the current moment. Because any thought is made up of the same components. If one understands and pierces one thought, then that is the ultimate realization of every thought occurrence. And if that is done, that is the Chutuppapata jhana, the wisdom of seeing the truth in the thought that is occurring in this very moment, then the path to the third wisdom, the asavakkhaya jnana, the fading of the defilements, and the ability, the wisdom that is seen through the fading of the defilements arise. And through that comes the inner awakening. Through that there is a path that gets paved to the point of non-vibration. That underlying state that was always there is then allowed to emerge. The vibration and the mind that has confused and complicated a world for no reason has diminished in power, has dwindled in power, and the non-vibration, the state of calmness and tranquility, the inner transformation starts occurring. And then the path to Buddhahood, the path to non-vibration can actually become clearer and clearer until that state is reached. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahansa, Thiruvan Sarnai Aryan Wahansa, for all your noble teachings and guidance, without which this realization would be impossible. The Kalyana Mitra is so important, as the Buddha said, and that is only felt by practitioners as one traverses the various pitfalls along this path. So our humble gratitude to you, Aryan Wahansa, and Thiruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends.
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ යා කල්යාණ මිත්‍රයන්න් වහන්සේ පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි. As usual, this is another session of Buddothpado PeoTV English channel where you can listen to true Dhamma. This Buddothpado TV English channel is another new opportunity provided by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse for the seekers of true Dhamma all around the world. This is really an opportunity because you can listen to these Dhamma talks in English language. This 24-hour live YouTube channel operates daily where you can listen. And also, if you have any question regarding Dhamma, you will be able to discuss it from 3 to 5 in Sri Lankan time, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. where there are any problems, if there are any problems. So, sometimes even Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse will join in these Dhamma talks. So, if somebody wants to clarify anything with regard to this Dhamma, true Dhamma, he or she will be able to grasp it without any hesitation. Nobody will force you. What you have to do is you have to listen to this true Dhamma and you have to have your own experience. So while having experience, you will be able to understand this, whether it suits you or not. Anyway, this is what Lord Buddha has preached 2,500 years ago. It was covered with dust, and after experiencing by his own, our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahanse, he has revealed this true Dhamma to the whole mankind, for the sake of this mankind. This is most probably, this is not just a common discourses as we listen to this, what we listened to earlier. Even now we listen from outsiders, maybe some lay people or even bhikkhus. So this is not these common Dhamma talks. So this is something different, and this is really the true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2,500 years ago. So if you are really interested in, you can explore this. No doubt you can find the truth there if you are interested in. This is something extraordinary actually. So what Lord Buddha preached, and also this is very rare. You can't find it from anywhere else. More than 12,000, nearly 12,000 actually, nearly 12,000 sermons are there in, if you really want to explore, you can listen to these Zoom discussions throughout the day, even in Sinhala, even in English. So from 5 early in the morning, from 5 a.m. to 9:30, it goes 9:30 p.m. in different slots. So this is a rare opportunity where you can listen to this Dhamma throughout the day. If you are really interested in, that's why I told you, if you are really interested in, the way is there, the truth is there. So this a self-evident path disappeared from the world over the last 2,500 years. Fortunately, our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahase has revealed this hidden truth with much effort. So he wanted to share uh, uh, his self-evident path to Nibbana with the mankind out of the immense kindness. Because of his kindness, he has revealed this to the whole world. So we are fortunate, you are fortunate to listen to this Do Dhamma because this is not something with regard to a religion. So irrespective of your religion, caste, creed, whatever it is, even whether you are a lay person or a monk, it doesn't matter. Male, female, it doesn't matter. So there are no restrictions here in this two Dhamma. So if you are interested in, you can explore this. That is the specialty in this Dhamma. So this is common to the whole mankind. If you are a human being, if you are a human being actually, so you can listen to this Dhamma and you can first you have to have this as knowledge. So once you get the knowledge, you will be able to feel it. So that is how it proceeds. So uh, what you have to do is you have to listen to this Dhamma first with utmost effort. So later on, you will understand this is the truth to your Nibbana. The suffering, this will stop your suffering. And this is the only path of Nirvana if you are looking for. So actually, this is the truth. This is the truth because even Lord Buddha, as you all know, even Lord Buddha has explained that in order to cross a river, there are no ready-made crafts. You have to have your own craft. Rafters by your own. You have to make your rafter. You have to have your own raft to cross this river. So if you want, with your past experience and all, with the past experience and all, you have to uh, have your own path to suit your own nature. There are no crafts which has made for you on behalf of you. That is what it says. Make your own raft. Make your own raft to cross this river. So actually, we are experiencing the past experiences and habits and all we have. So we have to have our own path to suit our own nature. We have to get rid of this past conditioning habits, beliefs. We have so many beliefs. We have so many habits. There are so many habits and beliefs. So our own pattern, the art we have, as most of the sermons where Kalyan Mityanan Vahanse is showing, we have our own ego. When we talk about ego, that is the most difficult thing. So we have to identify. So all these things have habitual patterns, even past conditions and all. So through our own efforts, we have to understand because these things will stop our spiritual progress. So these are the barriers for our spiritual progress. Maybe depending on your own job, spiritual understanding. So you may have different understanding, beliefs. So so different things even we had. So you may have different beliefs and different spiritual understandings, even habits, uh, even social responsibilities, etc. So you have to have your own method of practice to see this arising and passing away or ceasing through formations. This is the raft here. So this is the raft actually. That is what you have to have your own raft. You have to see it vigilantly each moment, how the thoughts are coming into existence and disappear. This is the very most important point actually. It is up to you, it is up to your experience. You have to experience this. This is some kind of a feel, the how the thoughts are coming into existence and how it is disappears. So there is no universal method for everyone. You that is why you have to have your own raft and you have to sail across the ocean, or if we say that samsara, using your own what you made the raft with the raft that you made. So you have to have your own raft and you have to go. You have to cross the river with the raft that you have made. So this is very, very important. Even Lord Buddha has preached. Yes, you all have experience about this when listen to these sermons. Even Aaron Maharaj is stressing on this point. Have your own raft to cross the river. So through this scene and investigation, then come to the stage that you will have to drop all your past knowledge. So we are carrying a lot of knowledge where you see nowadays, although you must have this knowledge, this is not the knowledge. This with this Buddothpado sermons it says. So knowledge is not something very important. uh, Concepts maybe you have learned by heart all these knowledge, concepts, theories, what you have studied even from the school or from the university, or if not from outside world, you may have accumulated a lot of knowledge. So this does not actually, this cannot be done anything with the knowledge. This is totally depending on something with the feeling. So even when we talk about meditation, sometimes people may have done a lot of meditation, even it doesn't do anything. It cannot be. It will not be. So this is totally depending on the practical side. That is why Aryan Vansi is telling always, you can't carry books. You don't want to carry books when we go to the path of nirvana. So you have to keep everything down. What you have studied, what you have knowledge, what you have acquired, what you have accumulated. You have to keep it down if you are uh, going in this path of nirvana. That is, you have to let go for all. If not, you will not be able to grasp this truth. Even today, we can see everybody, even these Zoom discussions and all, we can see so many listeners of, so many disciples of Buddothpado. They have the knowledge up to 100%. But while questioning, while Aryan Vasi is questioning, the problem is that they don't feel it. So instead of this knowledge, instead of this knowledge, they must have that feel. So most probably, Aryan Mahase is really talking about this speed. So feeling, if not, the so-called mind is merely our knowledge, the collection of concepts and memories, the sense of me, the sense of living me, a sense of separate entity of our past data, acquired knowledge only. The moment you let go all, then and there, where is the mind? Then you are in that draft. The time comes when you can either too excited and hurry, stagnated without sailing. If not, the raft will be capsized. This is the non-doing stage actually. So most probably when you listen to these Buddothpado sermons, you can understand what I say. So for the one who is deluded by the external world, for the one who believes Nama and Rupa, there is no path to salvation, no path to Nibbana. He will not be able to cease, he will not be able to wipe up this samsara actually. This is the way it can be explained by words. Even Lord Buddha has preached so many sermons to different people, those who were suffering at that time. So Patachara, Kisagotami. Even this is to be explained to the one free from the burden of the knowledge, like Sunita Sopaka. So even for them, Lord Buddha has preached that about this thought comes to mind, but seeming objects do not exist outside. All these thoughts appear in your mind only. We live in a fabricated world made of mental concepts and imaginations. And it is not a world existing outside. We are merely in an imagined world of names and forms. This is not the reality. The seeming world does not exist outside in reality. This means there is no reality outside of you. There are no things in thoughts. Thoughts are also not real. They appear and disappear. With this insight, one is free from duality, external and internal end. The thought does not belong to the external or outer end or to the inner end. The thought itself cannot claim a place for its seeming existence. The thought itself loses its place of existence, or rather, its own existence. These things are something that you have to think deeply. You have to think deeply while listening to these sermons of Buddothpado, because the core is there actually. Just listening or just reading won't do anything. you must have a good insight to think about it, because that is something about thought. So when a sound is heard, a sound is not a thing. It is also just a hearing only, no concepts. Just imagine the sound of the wind. Wind, we have named it the sound of the wind, sound of a crow, a sound from a tree, a breeze. When we talk about the breezing of a tree, we name all of these. Without a name and form, it is just hearing only, just hearing. When we have this insight, that is the unreality of name and form. All concepts and labeling fall apart. This means one sees clearly the unreality of so-called external objects. We need to see the thoughts are also not real. There are no concepts in them also. All are our own making. Then the sound is merely a sound without a name attached to it. Sound is only a sound itself. There are no thoughts attached to sounds. This is where no mind is. We have uh, we have now what I told you is about the sound. So most probably nowadays maybe you can listen to these Andolanatmaka Deshana. So they are also Aryan Mahanse is giving that advices not to go in deep. That is what he says. If it is a sound, it's only a sound. If it is a taste, it is only a taste. So this is how the practice side comes along. When we take a color, you can see a book. A book is seen by you. There is no such thing called book outside. This is also very serious actually. What you have to think is you have to think about these. These are not just sayings. You have to have that insight. If not, these things, you have to listen to these sermons. Then only you can understand. You can feel it. If not, you can't think there about all these things deeply. So the seeming existence of a book is merely a memory or something knowledge in your mind, which is imagined through concepts and some given some kind of a labeling. These concepts and names are created by us and are merely thought constructs only. And in reality, those are non-existent. Can you find a book in your mind? Can you find a book outside of you? This is merely a scene only. See here clearly the pointing that there is no one to see and no thing to be seen. Just seeing is happening. If there is a thing, there is somebody to see it. And otherwise, if there is somebody, there is a thing to be seen. In reality, there is nobody to see. It is just seen only. The book becomes oneself. Nothing exists apart from oneself. It is a, if it is a house, you become the house. I am the house, because there is no my mind concept here. There is no separate me and the book, or separate me and the house. If there is separation, that is the illusion. What do you call that? Maya. So that is what. So if you find this mango tree outside, to see that mango tree outside, you are here. If my mind concept is not here, you become that mango tree. So that is what it says. Through this deep understanding, it is some kind of deep understanding, you will not find anybody or a separate entity, just happening only. At least from the very beginning, you have, if you do not have that feeling, you have to think that at least. This is the outside world, is the mundane world. When we talk about this mundane world, it is not real. So at least likewise, you have to think in the philosophy, of Lord Buddha and Satyajnana. It explains very nicely. Even these Pratipada programs and all these people, all these followers go there. This is what they follow. Actually, the practical programs, the practical sessions are very, very important to understand this. This is the core, this is the foundation of these Buddothpado sermons. Actually, the philosophy of Lord Buddha, where Satya Jnana will be taught to you all. So there you can understand. There you will be understand. There is nothing called mind. So there is nobody called I, my, mine. So when you understand this, there you can understand. There you can feel this non-existing feeling. Through this deep understanding, you will not find anyone or anybody, a separate entity, just happening there. Everywhere, just happenings without an owner. That is what I told you, that once that Sakkaya Ditthi breaks, so there is no owner. Without an owner, you work. You do not find any individual entity doing this. So that is what you understand, that only this the sensory functions are there. All these are sensory created the functions, sensor creations actually. So there is no I, my, mind concept there. So if you can understand that there, that duality will be disappears there. There will be no duality, as we spoke earlier. So there will be no beliefs on I, my, mind. So to come to up to that stage, it is very difficult actually. You must have that effort. With the knowledge, you must have that effort. You need to practice rigorously. Also, you need to be practical. That is the most important thing. Leisurely, you have to check your thought formations and be free from those. You have to check. You feel that. That is some kind of a feeling. You need to see the truth at each instant when thoughts arise. Nothing else you need to do. Just see the underlying truth. That is what. So if you can practice it, daily, no doubt you will be able to find this path of nirvana. At the beginning, you need to have courage, determination to see the truth behind the arising thoughts. once you make it as a habit, later it should become natural to you. So it will be something habitual to you, then it is easy for you. The sense of personhood gradually diminishes actually. That is what happening. The feeling that I exist is not a thought. The taste of salt is not a thought. As Adhanasi is always explaining, the taste of a salt is not a thought. It is felt or experienced by your own awareness. That is why no one can explain this. It is that actually the sihir, that is what. So there are no thoughts. Your eye sees a color called red. This is a thought. What knows the appearance and disappearance of this thought is you see it with this sihir actually. Or we can say it's some kind of jnana. So how do you know that a thought appears and disappears? How do you know another thought appears and disappeared? It is not a thought seen by another thought. It's a kind of knowingness, transcending thoughts. This is beyond thoughts. This is really awareness. So this is what you have to have, that awareness to understand that. You have to have that awakening. When you hear these deep insights and recognizes the truth, all of your conventional beliefs and concepts will fall apart. All our thoughts constructs. Father, mother, house, car, wall, sun, moon, whatever you talk about are mere thoughts. In this spiritual path, it is very important to be practical. So if you are really going in this path, you will experience. If you are a real seeker of this Dhamma actually, so you will see, you will understand by yourself the progress of your own inner peace, the falling apart of this klesha, defilements. If we really talk about this absolute truth, the whole phenomenal world becomes false. With the phenomenal world, are not the truth. But although we gain all these peaceful mind, tranquility, and also that what you call this uh, internal transformation by experiencing this true Dhamma, uh, that is something you will experience it by your own. But the whole society, most of the people in society, they are not ready to listen to this true Dhamma. Most of them are not ready to be this Dhamma. They are with the misconceptions. So this true Dhamma is very important. Although you consider it or regard it as something not very important, this is really important in one's life, the span of life, because all of us are suffering, whether you are rich, whether you are poor, rich or poor, whatever. So it does not exist actually. That means they are not permanent. We are deceived by this world. We believe that this outside world is true, which is not true. We live in this world without knowing the reality of this world. Every moment, every thought has become real for us because we do not know the truth. We do not know the creation of this world. That is why. When the thoughts are arising and the thoughts become real, we are born there. So there I, my, mind concepts, the concept starts. So it is the way that that white sheet, as always Aranvase is talking about the baby in the cot is having that white paper, very pure, the radiant mind. So it is gradually, when that baby is growing up, gradually it is getting polluted. So when it comes to our age, the whole paper is polluted with defilements. So we have created our own world, which is not real. And it is very difficult to understand also that the world is not real. If somebody says this world is not real, we do not like to believe it even. Isn't that so? Because we did not know this mechanism. We do not know sometimes, but earlier we did not know this mechanism. Thoughts are not real, they are just a spark. All these sparks always give us the wrong idea of self-identity. The self-identity is there, the owner is there. But It's a natural phenomena and no ownership for this series of sparks. This is not easy to understand actually, although we just say within 1 hour, 2 hour, or maybe 3, 4 hours. Maybe you have listened so many sermons. So understanding this is this natural phenomena is not that easy. Our noble Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahansiya, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi has clearly explained us the creation of our mind very nicely. This true Dhamma, in this true Dhamma, he has clearly explained what Lord Buddha has explained 2500 years ago. Can you imagine the radiant mind you had when you were born? You can't. It was really a pure piece of paper. Thoughts are not real and minds are also not real. It is a complete illusion. This illusion leads us to the circle of birth, samsara. So we have to realize this. If not, we can't eradicate this illusion of thoughts. We will continue to go on this samsara again and again. So the time has come because you have met the real truth, real Dhamma. You can diminish this mundane world if you thoroughly understand this Dhamma. But it happens according to your understanding, according to the way you take it, according to the way you understand, the way you have the effort. It depends. The way you see this truth. There is no existing world. All are an illusion. So one day you will understand this, but it takes time. So if you are a constant listener of this Buddothpado sermons, definitely you will one fine day, you will meet with this true Dhamma. You will find the path of Nibbana. The most important factor, the most important thing is the practical part, and you can experience it in your day-to-day life. Because there is no other teacher than Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse who has explained this pure truth. We are fortunate, you are fortunate, actually I am fortunate to listen to this pure truth through these Buddothpado sermons. So there are so many parts, aspects through these Buddothpado sermons. So you can reach there, even Zoom discussions, even practical sessions are done in different Vivekashramas and Vihini Aramas, and Zoom discussions throughout the day. It doesn't matter whether you are a newcomer or a seasoned person with the Buddha, with Buddhism. It doesn't matter. The thing is that you have to have a good belief on this. You have to trust this. If so, definitely you will be able to eradicate this sansara. So, um, this is some kind of this is not some kind of knowledge, as I told you earlier. This is some kind of a this is some kind of feeling. So at last, it clearly says, Buddothpado Aryanvase clearly says, try not to find anything from outside. Try to find everything from within yourself. Dhamma is within yourselves. Don't go in search of Nibbana because it is always within you. So at last, if you can understand this Parama Satya, this is the ultimate truth. So you are really fortunate, no doubt, because this is the right moment, because you have met this absolute truth which has been hidden under the dust of times. These Buddothpado sermons are unshakable. So, because if you do not believe it, that is really unfortunate. That is not because of this Dhamma. That is something wrong with somebody else. So please listen to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma, because the true Dhamma is there. If you really feel it, you will understand what true Dhamma is. It is not something from outside. It is something that uh, within yourselves you can find it. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached uh, 2,500 years ago. So please listen to this true Dhamma with the correct vision. You will stop all your burning sensations and also sufferings with the help of these Buddothpado sermons. So try to find Nibbana with the help of these Buddothpado sermons preached by Buddothpado Aryanvase. So I would like to conclude my Dhamma talk herewith. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි. May the triple gem bless you all. Thank you.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Um, sorry for being late to start this today's Dhamma English Zoom discussion, because uh, uh, the morning practical Zoom session was kept on dragging for more than 2 and 45 minutes. So 2 hours and 45 minutes. So that's why we got a little bit late to start this session. Anyway, we were able to listen to another kind of profound sermon done by our noble friend Buddothpado. So that was great, but it has been conducted in Sinhala language. So anyways, this is the time to start our English Zoom discussion. So as usual, at the very outset, I would like to offer my deepest respect and pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aranwase. And I'm telling Teruvan Sarnai to all of you who are gathered here. So it is always a great kind of privilege and honor to gather here with such sincere and earnest seekers of the truth. So this happens in every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. So it is kind of great opportunity for all of us who honestly seek this truth. So it is the opportunity that we can come together, discuss and reflect on profound teachings of Lord Buddha and get kind of understanding through these discussions. So it is a great opportunity for all of us. So fortunately, we have a living example of uh, profound teachings nowadays. He is none other than Buddothpado Aranwase. He himself experiences what the truth is. So he just wants us to see the truth. So being a human is a very rare opportunity. So you can see if you explore this animal kingdom, so there are a lot of animals. The ants, see the number of ants in your own house. So it is more than the number of people in the world. So how many fish are there in the sea, in the rivers? See, that is the samsaric cycle. So being that, from that we can realize that being a human is a rare opportunity. Out of that, listening to this kind of a truth, is utmost rare. That's why Lord Buddha said, this set of people are like the soil that has been taken to the tip of the nail. So as you can see, how many sand or soil, how much soil is there in our entire earth. So if you take a very little tiny bit of it to the tip of the nail, so that can be compared with the number of people who listen this truth out of the entire mankind. So entire human beings in this world. So it is a very rare opportunity. So as the listeners, we are there. So we have found the truth. but this effort is to realize the truth. So other than these kind of discussions, if you are little bit interested in reading, so you have a lot of texts available about this true Dhamma that has been written by under the guidance of Buddothpado and Maharse. They are there in our official website. That official website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So if you visit there, there are books which have been written in Sinhala, English, and Tamil languages. So they are free to download. Please feel free to visit that site and read them attentively. And if you have any kind of questions, you can bring them up here so we can openly discuss. And if there are more doubts, so we can produce those questions to Haranvas and we can directly get them solved. So we have that opportunity. So same kind of opportunity was there when the Buddha was alive. But for about 2,500 years, we didn't have such kind of a opportunity. Now the opportunity has again arrived. So please try to make use of it. So I invite everybody all over the world to join with us. Let's discuss this truth. Then we will together come to certain realization. So that won't lose anything. Being a human is merely for this understanding. The purpose of being a human is to get this understanding. Otherwise, being a human is very similar to another kind of animal. So you have thinking capacity, you have logical thinking abilities. So please take them out and try to look at this Dhamma in very logical and very intelligent way. So definitely you will grab this. So this is the open invitation for all of you. So if you are a little bit keen about the modern day experiments and scientific innovations, so scientific research, so there's another website called www.wisdomofasia.com website. So you can also visit that website. So it will explain how this profound truth tallies with the modern day scientific findings as well. So if you are that kind of a person, you can visit that site and have a look, and it will explain everything for you. So that's why this truth does not belong to a certain era. That's why we say it is a universal truth. That is the absolute truth, ultimate truth. So being a human has that right to know the truth. So from there, I'd like to, so yesterday also we discussed about the things related to the awareness and the things related to this Pratipada. And as Aran has told, this teaching has two parts. First is gaining the knowledge about this Dhamma. Then second half is the direct experience. So why there are two paths? Without knowing the truth, without knowing the philosophy, what do you practice? There's nothing to practice. That is the point. So we can see most of the monks, especially in Sri Lanka and India, most of the people try to practice, make this into a practice. So, but they don't know what should be practiced. So they think if they keep on sitting in one place, calm, peacefully, and they uh, look, if they concentrate on one single thought, like a nostril that touches that uh, keeping the concentration towards the inhalation and exhalation, they they think that will push them towards this understanding. They are expecting something to happen, some miracle to happen, and they start doing this kind of meditation, these kind of meditations, but they don't know what will happen. Actually, the things would happen because what they do is they just focused on one single thought in the sense, maybe the feeling of the air that touches the upper lip or the outer side of the nostril. So then they focus on that particular feeling. Then what happens? Only that feeling becomes prominent. Then what will happen? The other feelings that he receives will be suppressed. Then at one point he or she might feel, wow, how kind of what kind of relief I have now. I have only one single feel. So at certain point that feeling also disappears. So it's like something that your brain become numb or something. So it's like something that happen after giving anesthetics injections when doctors do uh, operations. It's like a state, something that you get after having some narcotic. But did Lord Buddha say such kind of liberation? No, that is very wrong. Without knowing what to do, what to achieve, how much you do your concentration meditation, that won't help you for your true liberation. That should be understood. As an example, if you want to go to place where you want, you should know where you should go. At least the address and the right direction, correct directions. Otherwise, you will lose your way. So that's why Lord Buddha said you have to have a thorough understanding about the philosophy of this Dhamma, of this. This is the first part. So if you know what you should do, that will make you to that will help you to get the particular experience. That experience is totally different from the experience that you gain from the concentration meditation and so on, because you are fully aware in this moment. You are fully aware, you are fully awakened, you know what's happening. You can live your day-to-day life as usual. You can, your children will be there, your wife, husband, so you can treat them as usual. You can engage with your friends as normal. You won't lose anything. You can use your car, you can build houses, you can carry out your mm, uh, profession as usual. So uh, you can earn money, so you can spend them accordingly. Everything happen, everything can be done. It is not another kind of a concentration, part of the concentration meditation, that you give up everything and go to the jungle and you keep on meditating and meditating and meditating. That is kind of a blind faith. This is not the thing that Buddha wanted to highlight into the world. Buddha teaching is very different from that. What they are practice saying, Buddha taught this is very wrong. That is very wrong. That has not been taught by Lord Buddha. Concentration meditation is not the way of achieving this true liberation. So as we said, we have to have a clear vision where we should go, the address and the way, how you, the path, how you attain to that, how do you uh, go to that destination, how you should go to that destination. So all the things you have to know very well. So that's why Lord Buddha says there are two paths. First, the knowledge. Second is the experience. So for the knowledge, we have to know what is really happening here. What is the truth? In an outline, we have to know that we are living in such an illusion. I, me, mind concept is also within that illusion. So if I say it directly, for someone who is listening today, or very recently, start listening very recently, he or she might not get it. That's why he or she needs a thorough investigation. The Buddha message is there. Buddha message is there is no person here, no doer here, no soul here. But we have been dealing with this kind of a soul, this kind of this kind of a soul or person since our birth. We feel that I am living. We feel my mother is there, my brother, sisters, my friends are there. And the chair in front of me, we feel as real. The bed in front of me, I feel as real. So at the same way, the image, the reflection that I am seeing through the own reflection that I am seeing through the mirror, I feel that is me. How Lord Buddha say, this is not real. This is an illusion. This is the investigation. But Lord Buddha said, you are seeing, you are living in an illusion. Try to wake from that. try to wake up from that dream. That is the message that Buddha said. But how will you realize, how you convince yourself that you are living in this kind of a dream? That is the challenging part. That is the challenging part. How you convince yourself that you are living in a dream. In order to do so, you have to look at this Dhamma in that particular unique angle. That angle is very important. It is not the way that ordinary people see. It is some kind of a unique way. The unique way is understanding your faculties. So what are those faculties? Then comes the question. So what are those faculties? We perceive even your own reflection. You take it as a figure. Figure has been created with name, forms, colors, and the tactile stimulations, and also the taste. So how these things get created? So these things get created in your faculties. Faculties are the senses. So if you don't have, think for an instance, if you don't have these kinds of what do you call these senses, what would this world would be? What kind of a world would be? So for instance, after you are born, think if you have thrown to the outer space, if nothing is there, when nothing is there, would it would there be any kind of a possibility of creating some kind of a signal in your faculties? No. Without a perception, how this self-identity is there any possibility of creating self-identity within that child? No. Think in that way. Think in that way. So it is not very impossible to grasp this truth if you look at this in that angle. And also you can think about the other animals, rest of the animals in the world. Is the cockroach in my room seeing the same scene that I am seeing? No. It maybe sees some kind of a um, thing, the thing in the sense what we can't see on the ground or on the wall. But in to my faculties, that particular thing is not cannot be grabbed. So it lives in its world. I'm living in my world. Likewise, if you take the dragonfly can see, scientists have found out that they can see all 360 degrees. So it sees around the circle. But we only have the maximum 180-degree vision. So our visual angle is very much narrower than when compared to dragonfly's visual field. So the world it sees is totally different from what we see. So how can we say that we are seeing the actual world? How can dragonfly say it is seeing the actual world? No, anyone can't say precisely, because we are confined. Our field, our field has been confined by our faculties. It is confined to the faculties. The capability of faculties defines our world. Define our world. So we haven't seen beyond the capability of eye faculty. We haven't heard any noise or any voice beyond the frequency range that captures by the ear. So no animal in this planet or in this world have seen the absolute truth. That's why Lord Buddha said, if you want to see the absolute truth, you have to achieve only through the understanding. So that is the point. So if you want, so that's why Lord Buddha said, that's why we say, Lord Buddha said the absolute truth. Absolute truth cannot be visualized, cannot be heard, cannot be seen. It is something to be understood. Something to understand. Yeah, that is the point. So our effort is to somehow get that understanding. So in order to do so, as I said, we have to investigate our own faculties, how the light gets created, how the how the vision takes place. The chair in front of me I am seeing right now, is it the real thing that I am seeing? If it is really existing, any animal should see this. But it is not. Even I see this chair as a red chair. So if I show this same chair to a person who is mm, colorblind, he might not see this chair as a red chair. So in his world, the chair may be black or some other kind of color. So he establishes his world as that. I am establishing my world in this way. So even we are human beings, there are different worlds. We live in our own worlds. So that has to be taken into the consideration if you before you enter to this path. So that's why this truth, Satya Jnana, understanding of the philosophy is very important. So then what will happen? Then what? Then the value that you assigned earlier to that particular objects and humans and entities will fade away. So how does this happen? So you know for sure the chair in front of me is not permanent. Permanence in the sense it is a creation of your own faculty. So if it is a creation, so how can you assign a value for that? It is your own world. Due to the activities of your faculties, the chair get created. So would it be there kind of a value for that? No. So it tends to the value you assign earlier to that, it will try it starts to fade out because you know the worldly perceptions are not real. So same principle can be applied to yourself as well. The image that the reflection that you saw through the mirror, you call earlier, that is me. This is my hand, this is my head, this is the complexion of my skin, and I have no pimples and so on. I have a great figure or like thing. But they are also creation of your own faculties. Your world has been defined by that. You gave the value for that. You live in your own world. What is the purpose of assigning a value to yourself? So what will happen? The value that has been given for yourself will also get diminished. Then what will happen? Then what was the now Buddha said, there is no doer, no person, no soul. Then you will understand there is no person called me. Me, myself, has been created within my faculties. So what is the purpose of assigning a value for that? So will there be, so have I been born? No. Is there any kind of a death for me? No. Because I am not here. So what am I seeing through the mirror? That question comes on and off. That is the illusion. That is the illusion. You are seeing the illusion. So as long as you think this illusion is real, to that much you are there. To that extent you are there. But if you understand this Dhamma in correct way, the understanding makes you to get away from yourself. Because that you are going away from that illusion. You are going along with the truth. So that is called seeing the truth. That is the ultimate truth that Lord Buddha wanted to show to entire world, show to the world the truth. There is no person, no doer, no self here. So, so that is the knowledge that you should gain at the very beginning of listening this Dhamma. After listening this Dhamma, so then you have to practice that knowledge, the incorporate that knowledge into day-to-day practice. So what you can do is, you now know clearly that there is no person here. So when you engage in day-to-day activities, you will be able to do those things as usual without a self. That will help you to experience absolutely there is no self here. Absolutely there hasn't been a living being here. So that's why Lord Buddha showed two ways. Two ways mean first, Purabhagavatipadava, that is the knowledge, and Aparabhagavatipadava, that is the real experience. So once you able to experience the non-doer state or non-soul state, to that we can say that he has become arahat to do something. So those things are names only, no need of things. So what happens along with that? If you suffered at some point in your mundane world, now there won't be a person to suffer at the end. That is the understanding that you will gain. So anyway, I think we have so many friends here, and also Buddothpado Aranwasi is also here. Teruvan Saranai Aranwasa, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, and Surangika, and Kavindya. We can start our discussion. So yes, Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Kavindya, do you have anything to add or comment on that? Or do you have anything that we should discuss today? So we can take it up and we can continue our discussion. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai Aramahalsa, Namaskara Deva, Teruvan Saranai Avadhamma friends. Yes, Dr. Ravi, it was a really good explanation, and I think you have touched the sensory function, and then how does this illusion get created due to this, as a result of these sensory functions. I think that is the most important thing a beginner should understand. First, as a knowledge. So once you understand that this is an illusion and we don't have any data to talk about an external world, and it is the product or the process that created this illusion, you have to understand through wisdom. So we would not be able to experience it with your sensory faculties, actually, the truth, but you can see through the wisdom, and then you can unwrap this vibration. Because when you are saying that you're living for like 30 years, 40 years, but it is just a thought that you perceive. In other words, actually, that is the misconception, because due to the ignorance, we believe that the external entities like trees outside, and I am seeing through my eye, or the organ that we call as eye. However, the seeing is just a vibration, and then it is the same thing for all other faculties. The hearing is a vibration, and then the mind sensor is the hardest to understand. A thought is a vibration. Thoughts arise as a natural phenomena. And then, but you would say that I feel this. And then, as you clearly mentioned, when you go in front of the mirror, you will feel that, okay, I see myself through the mirror. But the actual thing is, what you feel is an illusion, and it happens due to the speedy occurrence of these vibrations. So understanding that feel arise due to the underlying power within the vibration is really, really important. And then when you actually see this through wisdom, by understanding how does this sensory faculties works, you can see that, you can realize that the power reduces. And this is what we call as the asavakya jnana, because like you can see now how, how does your power reduce and getting fades away. And this is the practical aspect of the this Dhamma. And then, as you clearly mentioned, this self-existence field, the field or this power get reduced, and then it fades away, and at one point the power will go to zero. This is what we call the anidassana viññāna. I think we talked about it yesterday, Dr. Ravi. So and that, we cannot say that person is now arahant, because the person word is wrong there. That process is the arahanthood. We might can say it like that way. So understanding this power, how does this power arise within the vibration? I think it is important as well. But I think you have covered a lot there. As a beginner, I think this Deshana would be really helpful for them to understand the truth. Yes, Dr. Ravi, we can start our discussion. And then,
Yeah,
we have a lot of
yeah,
Dhamma friends join today too. Yeah.
yes, we can ask others as well. So how they have figured this out. So I think uh, what is really important here is understanding the illusion that gets created within our faculties is not true. So that is the understanding that we have to gain. So, but unfortunately, what is happening here, the illusion gets created. So as long as you keep your eye open, so images come. So then you involuntarily you recognize what those images are. Then you assign automatically what happens, some kind of a value will be assigned to that. Because in front of me now, I am seeing my own laptop in front of me. So actually speaking, it is colors and made up of plastic or metal or somewhat. So when they come all together, we call it a laptop. So as long as I recognize that object as my laptop, automatically the value comes along with that. So I don't want to lose my laptop. That is very expensive. So if I lose this, so I have to buy another one. So it will cost me 100,000 rupees. So likewise, automatically it happens. So how we come into realization, how we come into certain realization that the laptop in front of me is not real. That is the question. The illusion. So it is very difficult to understand the illusion that has been created from the faculties is an absolute illusion. Though we learn this Dhamma for such a long period, we still feel it's there. That is the question that I'm having right now even. So do you have anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala Tirwan Saranai? Do you have kind of explanation for that? So
Terwa Saranai, yes, very interesting topic actually, because something applicable to all of us. We are convincing that this is an illusion is not easy, as you mentioned. What I felt was that the common example that we always discuss, the magic. Now, if you go to a famous magic show,
you will see that the pigeons are flying from the boxes, and a person's neck is severed in the lying position. A person is head is jutting out, and the person's neck is cut with a sword or something like that. And the next moment, the person will stand up alive. So when you see these things, all sorts of astonishing sounds automatically, wow, oh my gosh, what happened? All sorts of sounds, gestures are common. But, and sometimes a person will show a gold necklace just from his palm by opening up the palm. So as long as you don't realize the mechanism, you tend to be in that illusion and believe, and then wonder how these things are happening. But if you learn magic yourself, uh, not the sort of very basic tricks, but of course, after learning the technique and that science behind the magic, when you realize that the necklace which was shown is just slowly slid down under his long sleeved shirt, uh, things like that. I mean, certain magic actually you can't imagine how they are showing it, how they do it. They look really, really real, I would say. But as long as you thoroughly study this technique, how it is being done, then still you can sit and enjoy the magic show, but automatically a smile will be brought to your face when you realize, when you see these things being done, when you know the technique, he's doing like this, and this is what is happening there. So automatically, without thoughts, actually, you get that feel that this is how they are doing it. Similarly, now, if you take the example of mirage, now from the distance, it looks like real water. But if you take a little trouble to walk up to that place where you saw the water, you can see that it is only the hot surface of the road. And then you will be able to see the mirage a little further away, and then maybe you can walk up to that place also and see that there is no water at all. So like that, I think it is a kind of experimenting and doing your own research to exactly find out the technique. So it is at the beginning when it comes to Dhamma, it is the having the theory knowledge, how it is happening, which is very beautifully explained by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, that speed is the one which is behind the screen, which creates all these things. And a simple example which has been given by Lord Buddha, that a fireball, when it is spinning, to look like a fire circle. So these things are very practical things, especially this fireball thing. We often see it in our perahera, our processions. It's being done. So you can still see it. You see a fire circle. But if somebody asks, is there a fire circle? You have to say no, because there is no real circle. But if again a question is asked, isn't there a fire circle? No, again you have to say there is a fire circle, yes. So that is the simple explanation I can think of. But as as a very important fact here, knowing how it is happening uh, as a knowledge is the most important thing, which is the word darshana is used. So darshana is something that you have to go on sort of learning or convincing yourself until the arhat state, because it's like sharpening a knife little by little until the end, until the time that it is sharpened fully. So knowing darshana, purifying the knowledge about darshana by listening to the Zoom discussions where sometimes our noble friend gives a very detailed account about the basic Darshana part. So those parts are very important to all of us, whatever the time period that we have been listening to this Deshana. It's very important to listen to those basic ones again and again. And little by little, some convincing of the system will occur to say that this is not real. So at the end, what happens is you automatically tend to feel the value that that is actually a feel which you can't explain with words. Something that you feel that the clinging or aversion, or in other words, the value you have given to a particular thought is getting less and less. And sometimes you wonder how it happened. Actually, you tend to realize, oh, this is something that I really liked. This is something I enjoyed quite a lot in the past. What has happened now? This seems to be sort of very much less important nowadays. This is how the system is changing with continued listening and thorough investigation to this Darshana part. I think, Ravi, that's all I thought of
Yeah,
saying. Teruvan
yeah,
Saranai, Teruvan Saranai
yes,
Aran Wahanse.
yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, yes, that is correct. So as you clearly
Teruvan
said,
Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Aranwahasa.
Teruvan Saranai
Dr.
Aran Wahanse.
Yeah, Dr. Chandani, Dr. Ravi,
Yes,
this
yes.
value is thought, thinking.
Yes,
You are
yes.
thinking this is 500. Someone telling
Yes.
this one is 500. Someone telling this one is no. So 600. This is 600. We are thinking.
It's a thought,
It's
yes.
not a fee.
Yes, yes.
You are thinking this laptop is 100,000. So 1 month
Yeah,
after you won't sell that. You ask somebody how much this laptop worth. Sometimes he will telling you so 50,000 or sometimes. So after you are thinking this laptop is not value. It's a thought.
yeah,
It's a thought. It's a thinking. We are given the
Yes,
value.
yes.
Yeah, we are given the value. Value is otherwise also thought. No, baby don't know how much gold value. So Panchayuda is little babies wearing Panchayuda. What's that English word? It's gold, no? It's Panchayuda.
The pendant,
gold
no?
pendant, pendant.
Gold
Yeah, it's a
pendant.
baby wearing that one. But baby don't know value. Baby, no, baby play with the gold.
Yeah,
Because they don't know the value. They don't know the value. So babies don't know the value. So we after baby thinking, mother hide in this gold. After baby thinking, this one is value. So after baby know, this one is value. This one have value. No, gold have value.
yeah.
Value is thought, yeah. How much value you, Doctor, right? Sometimes you is most value given you. Others.
Yeah,
But someone is telling Dr. Ravi not valued. It's collapse, no, it's a body, no. We don't know that is okay. Is a value. What's that value? What's that value? Someone know you are doctor. Someone don't know you are doctor. No value to you. Not value given you. You're
yeah,
only the person. Someone is thinking Dr. Ravi is a doctor. No? He's a doctor. So value is given. Doctor. What is this silly mind? No, doctor. What is this silly
yes,
mind?
sir.
Yeah, it's a thinking. It's a thought. It's okay. There are several doctor. It's okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
continue.
Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse. Very grateful for the correction made. Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, as Arana said, uh, yeah, every value comes from a thought. So a thought may change one instance to another. So so if you think if you think this thought is real, that puts you in trouble. So that's why if I lose my laptop, I think that I have to spend another 100,000 to buy another new one. So all those things are thoughts. So the problem is how these thoughts gets this kind of a value. So as the thoughts become real for us, it creates some value. The thought creates some value. So that is the problem. So I think, as Dr. Chandani said, if you go behind the mirage, so ultimately what will happen? We'll be chasing the mirage. So it moves uh, away from us. So we keep on going. We keep on going. Ultimately, what the we'll fed up. So ultimately, sadness and the suffering will be there. So if some intellect come and see the mirage, oh, this is a mirage, so there is no point of going behind it. But you still see the mirage, but he decides not to go behind it because he mentally, he with that intellectual abilities, he sees there is no point of chasing behind that thing. So same thing happens here. We still deal with the illusion, but we perfectly know this is an illusion. Going behind the illusion is utter waste. So knowing that, we can still deal with the illusion. So how this illusion has been made up with the thought. So thought is an illusion. So it is not permanent. It is a lie. So yes, Doctor. Yes, Surangika, can you add something for that? Thirwan Saranai?
Thirwan Sarnai, Dr. Ravi, and Thirwan Sarnai Aryan Bahansa, and all Dhamma friends. Yes, indeed, Dr. Ravi, I think what Aryan Bahansa said was, of course, absolutely right. The value comes from the thought. And I mean, if you think about it, all that one associates are thoughts, isn't it? There's nothing else. Yeah. As we understand the true Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy, we understand through this through Sabbe Sankara and Salayatana Loko, and from all these expressions, we know that how the whole mind consciousness occurs and the vibrations come together and the thought gets formed, and it is the value that is assigned to those thoughts. We don't think that it is a thought. The people in the mundane world actually do think that there is an outside world that is existing, and that is why the attachment comes. And why and how can we find that out? Through the true Dhamma, because otherwise we were all in that mundane world. We were all in that false belief that this outside world existed. But through the true Dhamma and the Trividya, the understanding of those three types of knowledge, by going back to our childhood days, we then understand that all these so-called objects and persons were things that were given names and labels to. If we think about what is a vibration that's occurring in the eye and the image that was created there, a label is attached to that called mother. A label is attached to that called I, as you said. You know, if you look in the mirror, your mother says that look, and they show you your own image in the mirror, and they say that's you. So what the infant didn't know about a mother or anything of that sort, suddenly through progression of time and through the growing of the or the maturing of the sense faculties, slowly we put names, objects, persons, and things into our lives. How? By identifying and giving labels, attaching labels, and with those labels, importance to every one of those things. And as that importance grows, what they don't realize is it's the thoughts that make us associate those objects. And in the thought, there is that underlying power that Kavinda mentioned earlier. The underlying power is the thing that keeps on growing. The more value you attach to it through ignorance, through not understanding that there is no such thing or no such object outside, but only a thought, through that ignorance, one attaches value and then one can't do without it. And with these objects, values, house, mother, father, property, jobs, careers, and so on, suddenly there is a world outside. And there is a sense of existent feel. There is a sense of being alive. And all these things are real. And then there is a me or I or self-perception here, experiencing it as well. So the baby didn't know that there was a laptop, or baby didn't even know that there is such a thing called a laptop, isn't it? We started with our little ball when we were a childhood, when we were in our childhood days, we started with a little ball and a bat, and then it became a toy, and then it became, our school bag or something like that. And gradually we kept on adding things to our little world. And now we can't do without our house, we can't do without our car, our wife, or children, and various things. And the biggest thing that we can't do without is, even understand that there is a I or a me here. And that is the greatest deception, isn't it? The fact that we don't understand, if we didn't encounter the true Dhamma, that there is no sense of I or self or ego here, that has been just a progression of a thought where there was no thought at all. And the false belief that there is a sense of existence is the thing that generated this self-perception and false ego. And with that came the power, and with that came the suffering along with it. Once you see through that, through the true Dhamma, one understands that none of this exists. And I think the true Dhamma on its own is, whilst you can gain a certain amount of knowledge, the practical aspect of it, by putting it into those 4 stages and then breaking it up, makes it easier for one to reflect through Vidarshana and gain a sense of what this whole thing is and how the objects form, what is the breakdown of the thought and the thought process. And you are able to then make it clear that thoughts have no substance, and that therefore the underlying power that one thinks is there, one can see through with clarity to be able to finally, as I think Dr. Sakuntala said, make the defilements itself cease, because it is the defilements and the ignorance that's causing us to believe that there is an existent world, and this whole self-perception and false ego. So yes, Dr. Ravi, I'll leave Dr. Kokila to add to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Rangika, Mrs. Rangika. So, yeah, I think Dr. Kokila is also here with us. I'd like to invite her to add few words to that. Tirvan Saranai.
I think everyone added so much. I heard R.N.Vance's sermon today morning. It was exceptionally like magical explanation for a old mother, and it was so good. I wish everyone would listen to that. It's such a I can see that how even a mother who doesn't know anything about all this, scientific stuff, still coming to that. And it's not even about the thoughts that mother was asking. So it's so good And it's so inspiring how the word is actually spreading, how the truth is spreading, how we get the feeling that it is going to spread. You know, like such a beautiful thing. Um, uh, I invite everyone who can understand Sinhala, of course, to listen to end part of the 5 a.m. Sermon. It's exceptionally good, and it's not even difficult. It's told to a normal, not kind of scientific language. It's such said in such simple language, because whatsoever what we have to understand in the end is the feeling of existence is actually uh, there because of a reason. We know that, and that is because of not knowing or ignorance and craving. So ignorance and craving go hand in hand. And because of ignorance, we take everything for granted, basically. And even the light, even the sound, even the basic touch, uh, we have taken it for granted, like we have taken it as a thing. We have taken it as existing. So as soon as we hear this Dhamma and understand that bit, you will be able to experience the truth. That is the most important part of it. Not like understanding part is very important, but the actual experiencing part is more important than that, I think, because even without understanding the whole story, someone can feel it. The 7-year-old, there's a chance that they would feel it. They won't be able to tell much about it. They won't be able to explain it to someone else. They may not even know that it is something like that. But still, doesn't necessarily. It just gets there. It's such a beautiful thing for everyone to come and understand. It's we struggle to tell that in other languages, yes, but still we also don't give up. Aran say he doesn't give up, so we don't give up as well. And in the end, I think it is the truth is spreading. Truth is out there, and it's all open to you, all free. Come and listen to us. It's if you have the will or the curiosity of knowing what humanity is, what the truth is about this the world, what is out there, why am I born, what is this, and all these questions that is unanswered. And there is an answer, even though it may be like Greek to you in the first, like in the beginning. As soon as you start feeling that, it becomes more clearer and clearer and clearer. The more you understand that there is no self, the more lighter you become, and more the tranquility cannot be explained. So I invite everyone to come and listen to Dhamma and try to understand. There can be flaws from our sides in explaining this, but still we try our best.
Yes, Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So I have kind of a question. So it came up into my mind when I listened that today's discussion, early morning discussion. So are we really seeing things, or is there a thing called seeing? vision. Mm, Can you explain a little bit about that? Did you get my question?
Oh,
Can
sorry,
you-
I just muted it and I was talking. So, eye function is still happening. Eye function will be there until the system collapse. So, the eye function will continue. The eye function is not the problem. Actually, problem is not the eye function. Actual problem is the field that we have, the existence field. The existence field is there because we took the seeing for granted. We took seeing as a thing, like we took it as something happening to us. So but this can't be explained without a thought, without it became so the explanation begins from the thought. So when we take a thought, if it is the chair, the if you're touching the chair, so imagine you're touching the chair. So chair, you can't really touch a chair. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the chair is a thought. We think that there is a chair. So, but the outside there's no chair. We feel a touch, but touch is also not anything that we perceive. It is just there's something perception is there, but it's not a thing. It's not a like a something we feeling. So when we understand this, that is
The special is existent feeling.
existence feeling, yes.
Not the chair, not the problem.
Chair is not the problem, that's the alive field. The existence field is the
It's a
one.
sasa. It's a sasa.
Yeah. That was the story today morning that was discussed.
Yeah.
But I was going to tell it from beginning. If someone is listening from the beginning, I'll answer.
Other living being have otherwise existent field.
Yeah, like the worm.
Yeah. That same existent field. So humans also have existent field. Every living being, what's the inside there? Existent field. Non-existent field. So what's the meaning? It's no living beings there. Otherwise, this existent field is we are talking about consciousness.
Yes.
That's eye consciousness. Eye consciousness otherwise have existent field. Ear consciousness have existent field. You see that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That is where something you
How is coming this existent field? How is coming this existent field? What do you think about Kokila? How is coming this existent field?
Because of the vibration, the rapid vibration.
AI speed. It's not, nobody's doing this. It's automatically, it's systematically it's happening. No, natural phenomena. Yeah. No, nobody's doing, no one is doing. You also not anybody. No. Systems.
This can be only understood by humans. So that where this how speed can create things.
Yeah. So otherwise the secret is there inside. Have you realized that? What secret is there? The secret is inside. 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 The secret is inside The sense creations, light, sound, smell, taste, the body feel. The senses. How is the senses creating? No. So how is this? Various of living being have various type of senses.
It's a function of the skin, it's a function of the
Yeah.
actual sensory organs.
Yeah.
So if you
So,
talk about the touch, it's
I
skin.
asked the question. I asking question, Dr. Kokila. Why these trees haven't this type of senses?
It's a function of the organs where this consciousness can happen. The telepathy system.
What do you think about
occurs
exist
in
and
the-
feel? Exist and feel. Haven't these trees or have?
We can't talk about a consciousness in the trees.
That's a knowledge.
But when we talk about a cell, actually any cell can have
The secret is there.
feel.
That's the inside meditation. You want to realize this. How is this system? What is this system?
If there is a vibration or an answer, any vibration I think can have a telepathization. Any vibration. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like you can't really classify it. Any vibration. If there is a vibration, there is a possibility of telepathization.
Various of type of vibrations.
Yeah, which
No, that's the meaning.
we may or may not
It's other type
perceive.
of vibrations there.
Yeah.
That's why very important that cyber vibrations.
Yeah.
That's why secret is there. No,
Yeah.
secret is there. What's that secret? What's that? What's that secret? What's
Secret is actually zeroing, zero, getting into the zero or no vibration at this moment, and then there's no chance of telepathization again because
No, I'm asking this vibration. What is that vibration? Cyber.
it's a cell RNA.
That
Because
vibration happen.
every
Cells,
cell has a vibration.
Yeah.
Any living organism has a vibration, but in your discussion, everything, that you have actually, Lord Buddha has also suggested that in various places of Enhancer.
What this vibration is a spark, no? Different name somewhere. There's a energy is there.
Yeah, in the morning also you were talking about the bat. So that as an example, if we had an X-ray like the organ to have that kind of organ, or what is it called, the sensor, then the amount of vibrations we would pick up is different. So likewise, this, when we come to the level of the feel, all the vibrations could be felt by Lord Buddha. That's what I understand, because his feel is so much. His feel is I think the best feel that has the ability to feel everything. So whatever the sensory, he doesn't. When you come to the level of the vibration.
What do you think about this sensual world and form world and formless world? Is this present moments happening?
Yeah, it is happening.
Yeah, that's sensual world and formless world and form world. These three world in this present moment, one is part have. What do you think about Opapati Upati?
Exactly, that was what I was going to say, because
Yeah.
if that is the
Nobody,
vibration,
but yeah. It's
the
okay.
telepathization of the vibration, you can't really call it anything. That's why Lord Buddha had to actually produce a different kind of 5, because he had to name some 5 places about the people who try to understand this Dhamma, because he wanted to separate it. But again, that is a different kind of categorization, I would say. But the level of the vibration, the only difference is the right vision, and the lack of, or the no, yeah, just the right vision, I would say. There's a, so then the vibration, if the vibration is the self vibration is 0, or that's how I can say that, self vibration, or Atma Kampana, that if that is 0, all the other vibrations, whatever the different forms, that could be felt.
Various of type of vibrations.
Yeah.
Meaning of this living being is other type of vibrations. The tree have the vibrations,
Yeah.
but it is the other type of vibrations. That is why it's
Yeah.
not same. That's why it's not a living being. We are not talking about the consciousness. These trees have, we are not using that consciousness word. These trees have a consciousness because it's other type of vibration, no?
So non-vibration, so if it is no self-vibration, whatever the word that is can be used, then it becomes any vibration can be felt, because
So this type of vibrations, this we are talking about living being, is consciousness. That type of vibration is going there. That's 0.
yes,
Non-vibration. That's the path is there. So you know how is this satellite is working, how this TV program also going, the film also going, no? We can use a huge screen somewhere. The huge film is going there. That's type of world.
yeah.
No? We can made the world. So heaven or evil or anywhere. Anything. So how is this world? Is huge screen is there. No, this type of our world is vibration world. What do you think about? Unbelievable.
With our 6 senses, we have a very narrow world. Yeah, that's all the scientists are trying to find. But if they actually
So
feel
where's this
the world,
vibration? Where's this vibration? No place.
yeah, no place, yeah.
No place. So how we can see this? So somewhere is going that satellite channel or something there, we know this wave is there. So
If we are seeing
this
something, it
frequency
would
is
be
there.
through
It's
eyes.
okay. Yeah,
Then that
you
would
see.
be narrow again.
Yeah.
But we can be, that's why Lord Buddha said, you can only feel this. We have to come.
What do you think about? What do you think
through
about?
this.
What do you think about this world? We are talking about human. So 800 billion, no? 800 million or billion in our world. How many humans here? 800, no? 800.
8 billion are in one
8 billion. 8 billion humans.
8 billion.
So 8 billion human have, each one have phone, hand phone. Each one have, so individually, there's hand phone. Meaning is number is there. There's a vibration is there, no? Individually, everybody have hand phone. The number is there. That number is the vibration there, no? Hand phone. It's a frequency, no?
Yeah, that's the sense of world.
That's an example. Is our human.
Yeah.
Vibration. It's very important, no? That example is very important. That example is very important. How is our human? The who is Kokila? Who is Kokila? Kokila is not the body. Kokila is not the mind. Where's the Kokila? What is the Kokila?
Yeah, we can talk about a Kokila, we can think about a Kokila, but actually speaking, it's just one another phone number.
Yeah. So we want to understand this. No? What happened here? We want to understand our story. No? Who is Kokila? Kokila is not the body. Kokila is not the mind. Who is Kokila? It's a vibration. Is there, no? It's a vibration.
Yeah,
What's that vibration? It's a soul. What's that vibration? Is we are talking about
Not even the soul are an answer. That's the thing. That's where people struggle to understand. They stop in the consciousness level and they talk about a soul.
what
It's
is the
not even.
vibration is? Who is the Kokila?
There's
Kokila not
nothing
the
like that.
mind. Kokila not the body. Who is the Kokila?
It's actually all the other vibrations when it is telepathized.
It's a vibration, and that what's the name we are using? Atmi Arupa.
Self vibration. Oh, I don't know whether that is the correct word.
It's a magnetic power like that, electric power like that. We are talking about mind power. It's not a mind power. It's a life field, no?
Yeah.
That's the existent field, no? Same life field. What is this? A life field. So otherwise, existent field is somewhere is converting. How is this systematically converting the life field? That life field is your sasava is there. That same, no? Same. But you know, the sasava is changing, no? No, it's not still. It's changing every time. Sasava. When you are in your in your baby, when you are baby, at that time you are a zygote time, and how it's built up in mother's no is
Yeah,
a
it
time
keeps
of
changing. That's why when
yeah
they can become
that's the
like
telepathy
an
time.
animal sometimes.
Yeah, that's a telepathy time. That's a sasava. After you are grow upping, your vibration also developing. Your vibration also sasava is also there. Uh, you know, maybe in the cot at that time is a radiant mind. The vibration is there. It's okay. It's vibration is the push is vibration is the power inside. Everything is happening. It's okay. Vibration is there. That's okay. Uh, So after your sensors are creating that your sasa vibration is there, the sensors are creating that sasa vibration. We can see your senses given the pictures, your senses given there's a film. The film is given. Who are you? That film is your film. It's okay. That's your vibration film. Is the sasa film is there. Now after what happened? That film is is a is a, is a like a director.
Yeah. The owner of the
Yeah, one
film.
of the director is a SARS, so it's inside there. Power
Yeah.
is there. You
Yeah.
know, this fan have the power. Without power, we can't create this fan, and we can't create the light. Also, others are electric power using this equipment like that. Our sensor, this power is using. You know, like electric power using no fan. So air is coming. No, that type of AC is how it's coming. That no circuit is there.
Yeah.
Circuit is there. AC is there. It's okay. The firing how is coming fire. We can make the hot, cool, and no everything. We
As
can
long
make
as we have
yeah.
electricity, we have all
Electricity
sorts of
have that's why it's
all
also the
sorts of
inside.
yeah.
That's this is solar power like that automatically is build up in this power like a sprint.
Mm.
That's also is that's why I was telling this
Yeah.
system is working. We know the system after we know this is system. So after we know it's not real. That's why existent field is gone after it's a non-existent field is coming because these are not real, not permanent, not still.
Yeah.
It's not real. So unreal. We understand this Dhamma. What happened? The value is so what is this value? Is real? Is the value is still here? Everything, but everything is the thoughts, sound and form together coming. No, not anything. This thought haven't anything, but this illusion. How much? How huge illusion is here? How how this film is going? We know the now we know the film. How is going this film? You know how interesting this film, your film, Kokila's film, we are looking now.
Yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting is Nibbana film is coming after that. You know the truth.
Yeah.
You understand in the truth and you are finding the truth after you know truth, after coming Nibbana film.
Yeah.
Now it's going. Now it's going. What is going?
And one day that will
Unbelievable.
also dissolve.
You know, Itta Sanya is a coming Anitta Sanya. It's a Buddha's word, no?
Yeah.
Itta Sanya converting the Anitta Sanya. How? It's not real.
It's not real.
So real is what is this? What is this real? Is illusion. Is understanding. Is this understanding very important, this understanding.
More we
That is why
understand.
Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Yatha Bhuta Jnana is understanding. Is coming. Thought. There's a sasa of power is coming finally. The thought, cause and effect dhamma. Cause is vibration, effect is a light and sound. Light and sound is cause, effect is a chair, mother, father, everything. No world is a cause is this mother, father is world is okay. Is a effort is this thought. Is this thought coming existent fee? That thought is finally this thought have existed. That's your world is real coming. It's not is unbelievable because this sahasa of power is there. You see this. You see this. It's a real world. We our feel is real. No, it's real. It's a sahasa of power. Unbelievable. That is why tree haven't this power. Do you understand what I say?
Yes,
it's very important. It's very important. Yeah. That's the system we are understanding. That is the darshana inside meditation. It's not it's not other one concentration meditation. This is inside meditation. This is what Buddha told Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha. What's telling these teachers? This is never heard before Dhamma. This is understanding one. Unbelievable one, no? Is how is final is coming. This thought, how this thought is not real. How is this thoughts are creating? This thought is not real. No value is there. No existence. That's real. Reality is going. Real one. Real. How is this telling Kokila? Yeah, you explain. I think your English is best.
We feel it as real, but
Yeah.
that's the
No,
problem.
you can try. You try. What I want to say, or you can say. Perfectly. Yeah, I want your help. Yeah, it's okay. You can say.
Well, I lost it. I don't know.
Why? Dr. Ravi, you understand what I say? I think Sranka is now is okay because age is they are Sranka, what you think about? Sometimes she is cooking. No, Sranka is not here. Dr. Kokila, are you there?
Sorry, and once I'm driving.
I think you are cooking. It's okay, Dr. Ravi. Have you patient?
No, no, sir. I'm listening.
It's okay.
So, yeah,
It's okay.
what I realized from your explanation, sir, so the major difference between a tree and a human being or a living being is that living being take this feeling, the things as real. Things mean the sense the Shastra is as real, but the trees do not take it as real. So that makes the difference, isn't it? So if it becomes a real thing, that will
Real feel is there. That is why.
Yeah,
This
real.
final, this cause and effect Dhamma is a vibration we are talking about, but final, this vibration is coming. Thought is real, is coming. Effort.
Yeah.
That's why very important. This sense of creations given you finally, this thought is real.
That's right.
That is why Sakkaya Ditti is Sotapanna stage. Is the first stage is Lokottara Samadhi. Is this not a others concentration matters Laukika Samadhi. We are talking about Lokottara Samadhi. What is English word is?
Not
Lokottara Samadhi.
concentration. Not concentration. Meditation insightful.
It's inside meditation. You are given first
meditation.
stage is Sotapanna stage is the first stage is Lokottara Samadhi. What is this? Understanding one no. Understanding you are given the truth. Samadhi is right vision is given you. This world is not real. It's understanding one no. It's not concentration meditation. It's insight meditation. It's understanding one. What is this here? What is this today? Our monks are doing. They are not understanding this one. What is Buddha's messages? What is Buddha's message? This the defendant origination Dhamma is an inside meditation. It's understanding one. It's not any other one. The whole world today in huge mistake. So Sadhguru and Hindu guys are talking about Buddha is like a Shiva's other type of it's not other type of Shiva's part. Shiva is the other one. These two sides, Shiva and Buddha, is not same way. Shiva is going some concentration meditation. This Buddha is not that way. Is going. Buddha is telling this is not real way. That is why Buddha told 5 teachers is not a real way. This never heard before. Dhamma is Buddha told 5 teachers. It's not concentration meditation. It's the inside meditation. It's understanding what. It's dependent origination. Dhamma is there. No. What do you think about? That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourse is very important today, whole world. This explaining is very important. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is coming? How is this your soul is here? How is this your soul is disappearing? It's very important. How is this defilements are coming? How is this defilements are disappearing? It's fading. You want to know the truth. You don't know the truth, you are not in right vision. Not eightfold path, no, you haven't. That's why very important this Dhamma discourses. That's why very important this explaining. You know, it's very important. So Itta Sanya is become Anitta Sanya because you know the truth. How is this existent field is coming? It's very important. How is this existent field is converting the alive field? It's very important, no?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, there are insights that Buddha's message.
So the existent field is like the baseline, and the manifestation is the
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah. It's very important. And that's why Anitta Sanya is coming. Because you are in right vision. You have right vision. You know the truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. Is actually he became a Nibbana. Tranquility. Because nobody is here, no one is here. No death or birth. Everything is thoughts. Every time you have a thought, it's not real. Someone understand how is this thought are creating. He know this thought is not real. So that's why this thought haven't do anything. Normally thought is creating like a pictures. You know. Not anything is there. Not any pain. Stimulus are there. Not any pain inside. Not any pain inside there. No.
That's where
It's
you
okay.
tell in Sinhala Ramansa that Elovinut Midila Melovinut Midila Elovinut
Yeah. You tell that English. Why are you talking about singer? I'm telling English, you are telling Sinhala now. What happened to you? Something wrong?
I don't know what is Elo Melo and
Now I'm a doctor.
We'll ask Ravi whether Ravi can tell the word for
You are
Melo and Elo.
Buddothpado and Vahansi.
Melo.
Something wrong, I think. I see. Dr. Kargil, are you sure you are okay?
Not sure.
I see. Dr. Ravi, what do you think about this discussion? Is going wrong?
No, Aranas, this is very, very good, Aranas. Certain questions are there for me. Aranas, so
I know. Yeah. Now is the discussion is beginning.
Yeah, as you said, Aranas, after the Itta Sanyava goes away, the Anitta Sanyava comes out.
No,
So,
it's same time. It's understanding one is Itta Sanya is over.
Yeah,
Because you
that
understand it's not real.
Is it also a thought Aranas that Anitta Sanyava?
Ravi, actually it's not a new perception, it's the absence of the perception of the existence. Don't take it as a new perception. It's not a new perception.
Yeah.
There can't be a new perception. Then it becomes a sankata again. It's not that like that. It's Nibbana is the sankata thing. No, I don't know. So it is the absence of the The alive field,
Perception.
not the alive field, the
Perception. Yeah. Existent perception.
existence field,
Perception.
absence. So when it is absence, you can't call it anything.
Yeah.
You just put a name to that, but that doesn't mean that there is another new one coming up.
Yeah. No, it's the same, no? It's the same. At the same time, you understood this Dhamma and perception is here. Normally, not value is there. That's why non-existent perception. We are talking non-existent perception. Yeah, now it's okay, you're driving. Now stop your vehicle. Yeah, sometimes accident can be happen. No?
I parked Mansa. I think yes, you always say Mansa that with the vibration exists the non-vibration. The non-vibration is there where the non-vibration is. So when the vibration ceases, there is non-vibration there, Dr. Ravi. That's what it means.
Yeah. I think this is the point of very important. Sasava is vibration. There's a power. It's okay, power is disappearing. It's your circle of birth is over. That's the Nibbana. Because tranquility is there, because no any fire or pain or anything, no any vibrations coming. Normally stimulus are there, thoughts are there, your work, just your daily activities are day-to-day activities, and your job also doing your everything is normally can be happen. It's no problem for anywhere. You are inside, very cold. Inside, silence is coming. It's very cool because no value anywhere, because death or birth not anywhere, because every time his thoughts are there, it's not real. You understand, it's really is experience is coming. It's you are not anywhere. Who are you? You are the vibration. You are the power. Power is gone. That's why defilements are fading. Defilement is the power. What is this positive and negative and plus and minus? Is attached or disattached? No, it's a defilements. Side by side. It's not sparking anywhere. That's why no any power. Thought have the power. That is why thought have. Normally thought are created. Normally thought are there, and your senses are working. Your mind sense also working. Your thoughts is there, but no any inside, not any anything happen inside. You are in cool. Tranquility is there. You know, there's experience. Is everything is there. So I like someone explaining this one, because your tongue, chili, no, spicy, you can eat. But it's there, spicy, so your hot is there, no? Your feel is hot, but not anybody is there, because sensor, given this hot, this type of other sensors are creating. You know, smell also like that, it's there, but not any other, not anybody is there. Sensor creation is working. The mind sensor also there. So you know, your thinking, thoughts also there, but not any inside is silence, because mint like that, cool, because calm and cool, because this tranquility is there, because nobody is there, because you understand this everything. This thought is not real. Everything is thoughts. What do you think about, Franca?
Yes, Advanced. There is no pleasure from the senses.
Yeah.
If you see something, it's just a seeing, because actually you're seeing it. There is no problem. You know what it is also, but there is no. Those days you had this feeling that I'm savoring it. I'm being happy I'm getting happy because of it. I'm enjoying it, or I'm getting stressed about it. that part doesn't happen now. So that's why from the hearing, the same thing. You can hear the song, you can even hear those days a favorite song even, but no, I mean, you recognize it's the song, but there is no pleasure. The sense pleasure is gone, but at the same time, you have this very serene, calm feeling, as Aranwan said, tranquility and a serenity that cannot be really put into words. Yes, Aranwan.
Yeah, what do you think about Dr. Chandani, our Candy? Candy Chandani. What do you think about?
The discussion was very interesting, very deep facts explained. I have a little question actually. I wanted to ask whether the way that I have understood is correct or not. This is going back a few steps backwards in the discussion about this tree and the living being on the tree and the animal. Now what I understood, Aryan Wahansa, was now the trees do have sensors, and sensors are functioning maybe in a little slower way.
It's other type of senses, Chandani. It's not a living being type of.
Okay. So the sensor functions are there, but it doesn't progress to form thoughts, and therefore there is no feeling of self-existence.
It's various of type of vibrations we are talking about. These trees have other type of vibrations. It's not our
similar to the animal.
Yeah, it's not a living beings type. It's not that type of vibrations. That is why we are talking about consciousness and the vibrations.
So the difference is that there is, as once I said, that there's no sasava formation and no defilements. That is the difference between the tree and the animals.
That's other type of. That's why various of type of vibrations here, because light also vibrations. No, it's sunshine also every vibrations. Yeah, these trees have other type of vibrations. Otherwise, it's the chemistry like that. That's our Earth is a solidity like that. Various of type of vibrations and rocks and the water also. Everything is vibrations type. So, you know, this various varieties.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Kokila, final words. Your questions. It's okay. Today's very happy discussion is going. No, Doctor. Because Kokila is smiling is today here. Kokila like us sometimes robot, sometimes like the RNS won't given the emotions, Kokilas, because Kokila has emotions sometimes.
Because she has been speaking in midnight now.
Yeah, like a machine. What do you think about Kokila? Yeah, today something happened. Yeah. Yeah, Kokila, what you this final I think is explained, final words, because time is over now.
Renwan's actually I mean we can't really explain how valuable this would be to humans, and it's not for all the Buddhists. Actually, it's actually for all the humans who want to know the truth. And that how existence is, because if
it's not a religion, it's not
it's about existence, and it's about
truth.
actually
We want truth. We want to know the truth. That's the important very everybody. I think no matter what is your religion, it's Muslim or Hindu or Christian or Buddhist, or it's not matter. It's not problem, or it's not matter. You want to know the truth. Everybody want to know. Human want to know truth. No, it's okay.
Yeah, if you have an existence failing, you have suffering. So we don't have to explain what suffering is, because you all know what suffering is, and that is because you have existence failing. And if you want to actually get rid of the suffering, you have to get rid of the existence feeling. Then that's all the message is. That's the final message.
Yeah. What you say? I'm heard. Yeah. Kokila.
Yes, Saranasa.
Yeah. What you say? I'm not heard. Kokila.
What I said was, Saranasa, if there is suffering, because the whole world, all the humans would understand what suffering is, because people have different meanings for suffering, but actual suffering is existence feel, and we all have that, whether you are happy, whether you are sad, whether you are in a mansion, whether you are in a small house, whether you are in a problematic war zone, or whether you are in a very good
Sadness
country.
and suffering coming,
Misunderstanding. That's what I'm saying. So
illusions
this is
given
all
you.
about existence field. What the science behind this existence field. So the science, any human being have the right to understand the science behind existence field, and that's what we all talk about. There's no actual religion here.
Nobody is here. No one is here.
But Lord Buddha actually found this, so we give the massive credit to Lord Buddha all the time.
I think we want to explain this one. Buddha word we are using, non-vibration.
Yeah.
It's very important. It's not a person. Buddha is everybody. Buddha is everywhere. It's a non-vibration. We all of them understood this Dharma is a Buddha's sons. Meaning is non-vibrations. It's okay. That's the real. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working without the pain. That's why pain is over. That's why this Nibbana is there. Firing is over. Now is the cool is coming. Just the tranquility we are talking about. Nobody's here, no one is here, no death or birth. Yes, Kokila, no death or birth. You know, it's the last briefing. It's exhale and inhale. It's okay.
Yeah.
This present moment is okay. Every time, you know.
Yeah,
5
even
years
now.
old, sometimes 5 years old, 5 years old, sometimes one day. Is the time is last briefing is only that moment is happening. No time, timeless. Every time is the time.
Timeless, deathless.
And timeless, deathless. That's Dhamma is very important. That's the truth in this world.
Yes.
That's the truth in this world. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka, we are talking about the truth. Is this message is given the Buddha's message. Buddha is nobody's, no one is.
We humbly invite everyone to listen to that.
Yeah. We want telling this others. You realize this. You can understand this. You can experience it. It's not a believing. It's not a trust. It's a really, really internal transformation is happening. Is no suffering and sadness here. Because nobody is here. So who is suffering? No one is here. Who have suffering? Who have sadness? Nobody is here now. It's like a nature, like a wind, like a sky. No. That's what Buddha's word is. Birds are flying in the sky. No way there. Like your final. It's okay. Terasana, everybody. Terasana, Kopila, Ravi, and the Viscar, Dr. Shanti,
friends. As usual, at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, we are gathering like this to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. Sermons are so unique, and through them it really reveals the absolute truth that's which has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So we have to be very thankful, we have to be very grateful for revealing the same truth into this modern world in his own effort. He is none other than Buddothpado Ranse. So first of all, I humbly worship at his feet to pay my humble gratitude towards him. So yesterday, day before yesterday, and during past few weeks, we tried to understand what was the exact message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha. I'm repeatedly saying that almost all of Buddhist sermons are telling that the truth that has been revealed by Lord Buddha is very similar, a kind of a thing to action and effect Dhamma. But this action and effect Dhamma was there. That kind of a practice was there even before the Buddha has arrived into this world. So even Lord Buddha's as a king, Prince Siddhartha's mother, Mahamaya, Queen Mahamaya, was also observing 5 precepts. So those 5 precepts were there. It was believed to be a good kind of a practice. And even before the Buddha's arrival. But what we heard, what Buddha was revealed to the world is something brand new. That message was not there before. But what we are practicing nowadays is most of the time those 5 precepts, 8 precepts and 10 precepts and all these things. Don't you feel like that we have at some point we have gone a wrong kind of direction, along a wrong kind of direction. What Lord Buddha revealed into the world is not the action and effect Dhamma. But unfortunately, nowadays, most of the priests, almost all of the Buddhists believe that action and effect has been revealed by Lord Buddha, but it is a misconception. In Pali terms, it is known as Kammapala. The Dhamma that reveals the Kammapala, action and effect Dhamma. But this has to be very well understood. Kammapala is not the message given by Lord Buddha. What Lord Buddha revealed into this world is something so unique. It has never been heard before. That is a Dhamma about Paticca Samuppada, action and cause and effect Dhamma, dependent origination Dhamma. What is this dependent origination? In simple terms, throughout this dependent origination, it teaches us how one cause will give rise to another kind of a result. Cause is a different thing and the result would be a different thing. Without a cause, there won't be a result. So, subsequently, that particular result will become a cause for another result to take place. So likewise, a chain of reactions are taught within this Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. In a nutshell, we can say through this Paticcasamuppada, it is explaining the explanation of aggregates. In Pali terms, Paticcasamuppada talks about the Skandha Vigrahaya, explanation of aggregates. What is this so-called aggregate? In simpler terms, it discusses about how initial vibration combines with another kind of vibrations and give rise to another kind of a perception. So this is the basis of this Paticcasamuppada, of this dependent origination. In other term, cause and effect Dhamma. So everything starts with a vibration. So how does this vibration start? By originating two different ends. whenever there are two different ends with two polarities get formed, that is the place where some sort of a vibration would take place. So don't assign for that kind of a reaction a place. Just imagine, or you can take a mental picture. You can create your own mental picture. How does this happen? But don't assign a place for that. It happens in nowhere. So what we are trying to explain is cause, the initial cause for everything. So the initial cause to understand this initial cause for everything, you can't assign a particular place that it would happen, because that place is also happen into after this particular reaction. So if you take it has been there in the universe, that's all right, but universe is also made up after this reaction has happened. So whenever, as I told you earlier, whenever there are two different ends with different polarities, the initial vibration takes place. So vibration, in the sense, it is generated due to the power that is generated in between these two different ends. So that is why in Majja Sutra, Lord Buddha, that is well explained in this Majja Sutra by Lord Buddha, saying, Yo Bhante Viditvana. There are two different, whenever you get two different endings, in between there would be a certain power. So that certain power, that so-called power, is unable to give rise to some sort of a perception. Perception, in the sense, we can say it's a signal. So we have seen the traffic lights. So when the red light is lit, we know our vehicle should be stopped. And when the amber color is lit, we are getting ready to move our vehicle. And when the green light is there, we are moving the vehicle forwards. So likewise, certain different kind of signals will give different kind of perceptions. Actually, the perception is formed as a result of the initial kind of vibration. So in that point, how can apply our understanding about this Patisamuppada to this initial point? Yo Bhante Viditvana. Whenever there are two different ends are there, whenever two different ends are there, that will cause to bring about a certain energy to develop between these two different entities. So that is the result, the energy. So when this happen, when this incidence is happening repetitively, the power become more powerful. It gets energized in between. So then the power will give rise to certain kind of a signal, will generate a certain kind of a signal. So that signal is known as a perception. So if this perception happens to be the light, that is the point where you say that you are seeing something. That is the point where your I is born. That is the point where your vision takes place. Why this vision? So earlier, have we had a certain thing called vision? No. After this initial collision that happened in between two different endings, some sort of another kind of a result got originated. That result is the vision. So earlier vision was not there, now vision is there. Why we say the vision, now we have the vision? Because as a result of the initial energy which is developed in between two different endings, resulted in generating or creating a light kind of perception. Whenever the light is generated, we call it the eye or the vision or the process of seeing. Now what happens? Same thing will be happen, and another thing will happen along with it. Now so many things will happen, but we'll try to elaborate the other thing what is happening, right? The initial energy, if it is capable of generating a pain kind of a perception, a pain kind of a signal. Earlier we talked about the light perception. So when this initial vibration is able to generate a pain kind of perception, or or any kind of a heat kind of a perception, or cold kind of perception, that is the point where your skin sensor gets originated. The skin sensor is formed. What is the cause for that? There are two. Now we have learned how these two different perceptions getting formed. Earlier we discussed how the eye was formed, and now we discussed how our skin gets formed. But can you still assign a self to that entire process? No, there is no self here yet. There is no self here. But two different perceptions are there. Why these two different perceptions were formed? due to the initial vibration. So how this initial vibration was formed? Due to two different endings have been created as a result of the creation of two different ends. In between, there was sort of energy had been built. So that energy would gave rise to a certain kind of perceptions. So one perception is the light, the other perception was the pain. Similarly, if this same energy is able to give rise to a sound, what would be the sensor that you create? The ear sensor. The ear sensor, the phenomena of hearing. In same way, in a similar way, whenever a kind of bitter taste, a kind of perception called bitter taste got formed due to, with the initial vibration, that is the point where your tongue, taste buds get formed. So see, these are perceptions only. So why these perceptions behaves like that? Then they are real, because this vibration does not stop. These vibrations do not stop after forming one single vibration. It keeps on generating more and more vibrations. So one gives rise to a certain energy that will trigger another kind of a vibration to take place. So that vibration also generates certain power. This power now becomes more and give rise more and more vibrations to take place. So that is how this energy gets built up. This is the way how your faculties, five senses, get created. So during this process, have you ever noticed any involvement of a self yet? No. That was the nature. That is the nature. That is the nature, the way how the nature behaves. This is the initial part of the cause and effect Dhamma. This is the first cycle. So all these things are theoretical things. For the sake of understanding, Buddha has revealed this kind of a concept to the world. So what is going on here? To understand that thing, that particular thing, so Buddha came up with a concept. That concept is known as the dependent origination or the cause and effect Dhamma. So initial cause was the two different ends, creation of two different ends that will lead to give rise to different kind of perceptions. So whenever these different kinds of perceptions got formed, what will happen next? All these perceptions come together, combine each other to give rise to another kind of a perception, brand new perception. the second part. This is the second cycle. So that is called the mind. So earlier mind was not there, only the sensory level was described. So how your five senses, five faculties got formed. Now, after forming these five faculties, the five different perceptions come together to form a brand new kind of another perception. So that particular perception is known as the mind. So as an example, we can give that perception. That perception is the chair that you are seeing in front of you. That is the very easiest kind of perception. So maybe we can take your mother, right? Yeah, it has your mother has a certain shape, the different color, a certain complexion. So it is captured through the eye sensor, and you know the word mother, what is referred to, and you know her touch, dental touch, the warmth, the skin bodily contact after become contacted with after coming into contact, you know the temperature difference of the mother, and all these things will create another kind of a perception called a mother. It is also a perception, but how you recognize the mother after combining all these perceptions. So for that we call the mind. So just I'm recalling it again and again. Have you ever been involved in this process yet? No. Have anyone else involved in this process? No. That's why Selathariya said that Nahitang Parakatang Bimban Nahitang Parakatang Agang. This reflection or this image has not been formed by anyone else, not by you either. This image means the image of the mother, has not been formed by involvement of anyone else, not either by your involvement. It automatically happened. That is the way how the nature behaves. So then what will happen? After repetitively, after the figure of mother tend to appear more frequently. So that is also nature, because eyes keep generating the color, and the skin keeps generating the contact feeling of the mother, and at the same way you hear this figure is known as mother. So what will happen? This figure of mother becomes repetitively get visualized. Then same signal, same perceptions keeps on coming and coming again and again. So what will happen next? will give a certain feeling of its existence. It gives a certain message of its own existence. So due to repetitive formation of the same kind of perception, inherently it would give a feeling of its existence. So then what will happen? Someone might feel that mother is real. Mother is a really existing being. So those kind of perceptions, those kind of feelings will be generated. So what will happen next? After, in order to feel the existence of the mother, there should be a living being on the other side to perceive that particular perception, particular feeling. So otherwise there won't be a person or living being to feel. What is the purpose of feeling of the existence of the mother? There should be involuntary, it comes. That perception also comes along with that existence feeling of this mother. There should be a person who is feeling the existence of the mother. So then, for that particular feeling, another perception gets combined to it, gets attached to it. What is that perception? The figure that you have seen in the mirror, your own reflection. So after that, what will happen? You get a notion called, I am the one who is seeing this mother. Another certain perceptions come along with that. This is my mother. I am so and so. Then each and every other perception also gets attacked, comes attached to that initial that formed perception of the self. So then what will happen? We get a feeling like I am a living being, and I am living in this world, and these are my belongings, these are my relatives, these are my social interactions. So this is my profession, and I am so and so. My character is like this, and all the things gets built up after forming the self feeling. But in any point of this process, have you able to recognize any kind of involvement of a living being here? No. At least, have you done it? No. This is happening in certain automatically driven process. this happens, this. So actually what is there in the feeling of the self ultimately? So you feel that you are alive. So what was the causative factor for that? The initial vibration, the power that has been generated as a result of becoming or forming two different endings. This initial power now had been transformed into a feeling of a self. The initial vibration now has been transformed into another feeling of self. That self also has a perception as well. So you know what sort of a figure you are having. That figure has been noted once you look at into the mirror. The reflection of the mirror, you took it as I am seeing my own self. So now you think you have certain kind of a figure, but everything has happened spontaneously without involvement of any living being, neither by your involvement. That is the nature. So likewise, this is methodically explained. This process is methodically explained in the Buddothpado Dhamma. Now just think, can you assign or can you refer that finally transformed energy a self? Can you call it as a self? It is an energy. It is energy. It is just an energy with certain kind of a perception, like light, very similar to the sound. So that energy is known as a live feel, the feeling of the existence of you. This feeling of existence had never been created by anyone else. It happened due to a spontaneous process that happened one after the other. So this is the very basic part that you have to understand in this Dhamma, in this Buddothpado Dhamma. Never heard before. This is the Dhamma that has never heard before. So this is not related, this cannot be related to the Karma Bhumi or Karma Phala effect or the action and effect. So there is no kind of certain things are discussing here. This is the pure truth. Now you have this your own existence. You think that I am living in this world. This is my mother, these are my parents, these are my brothers and sisters, and so on. whenever there is a self had been born, so naturally there would be a death for that particular feeling. This is the nature, right? Energy comes up, energy goes down. So, and transformations occur always. So, this is the nature. Whenever there is something has born, there should be an ending for that. So, what Lord Buddha wanted to highlight into the world after by showing this process, there is no, this is the most important part here, there is no such a living being here have been born yet. So by explaining everything, Lord Buddha wanted to give the message to the world. There is no call such a person who is living here. As you think, you have been thinking, so I said earlier, you have been thinking that this is me, this is my father, this is my mother. So likewise, you tend to develop a self-centered world around you. So your world would be different from another person, because your world has got created from your own senses. So if one sensor is weak when compared to another living being, so there is certain gap between your world and the other one world, because the ability to capture the world perceptions is very limited, because one of your senses are not working properly. So who knows? Who can compare? Nobody can compare. That's why some people do not see certain colors, but some people might see more vibrant colors than us even. And same thing can be applied to, same principle can be applied to the rest of the animals as well. So there are certain animals who uh, become active at the night time. Why? How do they become active? Because its visionary perceptions become active at the night time, where our eyes sensor becomes malfunctioning. So how this happens? Because the initial frequencies that are developed within our eye sensor is not capable of generating enough energy to make certain visual perception. Wow, this is so great. But in contrast to our vision, eye faculty, the owls or the bat vision, the eye faculty is now generating more energy at the night time. So that energy is capable of creating a perception. So that's how they see the world at the night time. But when compared to human beings, we can't see at the night time. So the different endings gets created at night in in the eye faculty of the bats, reptiles, and owls and all, that kind of animals. But we, in our faculty, there's no such kind of energy gets generated. No kind of a perception called light get created within our eyes at the night time. Actually speaking, we are the one who tell this is night time, this is daytime. But if you look at from the reptiles angle, their daytime would be the night time of ours, because they can freely move at the night time. So they are seeing the objects. They start to perform their day-to-day activities at the night time. But we can't do like that. When you look at from that perspective, their daytime is the night time of ours. So these all the things, see how all these perceptions would change the way we think, how these different perceptions takes place. So you can apply this knowledge to the other animals as well and try to figure out this concept. So actually what we are seeing as truth, as real, is not the absolute truth. So if you see the red chair which is there in front of you, would it actually has that red color in it? How do you say? So if dog comes and say, if dog could say, if we understand the dog's language, it might say, no, this is not red. This has a different shade of black. So are we seeing the actual world, or are the dogs seeing the actual world? So now you can understand the limitations of our senses would define our scope or the boundary of our world. In other words, so we are dealing with the worldly objects because we think that they are real. But if someone is able to see beyond the level of this frequency range of light, it might see through our bodies even. For that particular animals, they don't see a species called human. So can you think there may be so many things even in front of you that you can't see? you can't capture through your senses. So if because of you are having such a skin sensor, you tend to feel the hardness of a brick wall. If you don't have such kind of a sensor, or some so you can even go through and through. So, and can you imagine, wouldn't be there such kind of a chance of living such kind of an animal as that? So we are the one who are telling these walls are firm and we can't go through and through. But for such kind of beings, it is not difficult to go through and through. So now you can understand the world we are seeing or world we are dealing with is only a illusionary world. That illusion is made up from our own senses. So as human beings, we have only 5 senses. So the perception of the chair has been formed after combining all these senses. So that is the chair. So we call it the mind. So mind says this is the chair. So mind had not been there earlier. It gets formed then and there by the reception of the other sensory stimuli. So we tend to feel this mind is as a permanent thing, but it is not. It gets created then and there. The beauty of the mind is once it is formed, it has another kind of ability to generate more and more thoughts by itself. So then of course we can feel, we can say, so I am the one who is thinking. Now I am remembering this chair. So in that, the other fraction of second, I switch that into a certain kind of a sofa. So now I remember the sofa in my, which is there in my living room. So you think that you are the one who is thinking, but it is not. That is the nature of, that is the way your mind sensor behaves. It can generate more and more thoughts. It keeps on generating more and more thoughts. So you, because you don't know, you think that you are the one who is thinking, and then you think that I am thinking about the sofa now. But the behavior of the mind is creating a new kind of a perception. That is the sofa. And after that, it will remind you a certain kind of a bed, a cushion, a nice comfortable bed. Now you think you are the one who is thinking about the bed, but it is not. The mind keeps generating more and more thoughts. So this thought, this moment, now the thought is the bed. Likewise, we don't know that. We don't know, as we don't know this truth, we think that I am the one who is thinking. My mind is permanent and it is, I keep on thinking about these things. But that is wrong. That is the misconception that you have. After forming the mind tends to behave as another kind of a sensor by generating more and more perceptions, like your eye. So as long as you keep your eyelids open, you can't prevent seeing the different shapes and colors. So likewise, once your mind is formed, it keeps on generating more and more thoughts. So that's why Lord Buddha said we have not only 5 senses, we have 6 senses. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin and the mind. But we have to know the mind gets created once these all other 5 perceptions come together. So there is no such a permanent thing called mind. So you think that you are the one who is known as John. You are the one who is known as a best engineer in the world. So all these things are coming from your mind. Mind does not represent you. Mind has been created as a result of the perceptions that it received from the senses. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana Loko Loko. Salayatana means your 6 senses defines the world for you. Collectively define the world for you. So you are living in a world that is made up from those senses. You, the concept of you, the notion of I, all these things are there in the same kind of unrealistic world. That is, this world is not real. So this has to be very clear for you. There is no such a living being is living within you. It's just a concept. It's just a perception. So if you understand that thing, do you have a birth? No. Once these worldly perceptions become real only, there would be a person who perceives this reality gets created. So your concept of or feeling of yourself is also gets generated as a result of taking this world as a real thing. In other words, once you believe as long as you believe the perceptions that are captured through your senses are real, that is the point where yourself is born. That's why Lord Buddha said, the place where your birth happens is the place where your eye is born. The place where your birth is happened is the exact place where your exact instance where your ear is formed. Because whenever the perceptions are felt like real, that is the exact point where you tend to feel that you are also alive. So ultimately, you have to be very clear about these things. There is no so-called self or living being here within you. So in the absence of a alive nature, would it be there a certain kind of a birth for that particular thing? No. That implies, that gives an idea of that you have never been born. Not even this present moment, previously as well. This knowledge can be applied to the previous thoughts as well. How the notion of myself got formed. So you can't assign a place for that, or you can't assign an instance for that. So then you can realize that you have never been born. You have never been born. So that is that sort of a conclusion can be arrived only through this understanding. Understanding of what? Understanding of cause and effect Dhamma, dependent origination Dhamma, how this initial vibration brought about the sense of aliveness, how this initial energy brought about a sense of aliveness. So this is the magic. This is the magic. We didn't know until Buddha revealed into this world. This is a brand new thing for that particular era. The people were believing the action and effect Dhamma. So once you do good things, you will get good results. When you do bad things, you will get bad results. So everybody knew that thing. Everybody believed that thing. That's why they tried to find out after the death what will happen to them. So they tend to believe that people who do good things, they will go and be born. Then will be born in heavens. Then people thought, if you do bad things during this life, you will have to be in the hell or lower realms after the death. So those things made them to put them into certain kind of a fear. So they got the feeling of scaredness for the death, because they didn't know that this particular sort of Dhamma, this cause and effect Dhamma was not there. So everybody suffered in this world. Even they had a lot of money, lot of prestige, lot of power. One day they believe they have to say goodbye for everything. So they were scared. Nowadays even most of the people, almost all the people are scared of their own death, because they don't know that they are not born yet. Only who sees this Dhamma is able to excel the world. Excel the world means get away from this both ends of birth and death. So it comes only through this understanding. Sankitte nibbidaya. Sankitte means the understanding would lead you towards the true liberation. From what? from what they get liberated from the mind. So mind is the causative fact that put you in trouble. So you are the one who, the mind is the one would generate a thought of the death. So if you understand there is no such a death for you, no such a thing called birth for you. So how much freedom that you, how much, what sort of a freedom that you feel, what sort of a liberation that you feel, an immense freedom, because you are not going to die. At the same time, you get the understanding of that you have not been born yet. Wow, what sort of a Dhamma is this? This is the only Dhamma in this age reveals the ultimate truth into this world. This is Buddothpado Deshana, none other than this Buddothpado Deshana. Please come and listen this Dhamma, so you can understand. If you have a will, there is a way. The way is very well preached, very well explained in this, through this Buddothpado sermon nowadays, as in days of Buddha. This is very similar. There is no kind of a past, present and future kind of times. So all these things are there in your mind. The thoughts, you have a thought that Buddha was born in 2600 years back. That is just a thought. It is given, it is generated within your own mind. So any other animal knows that there was such a person called Buddha and so on? No, only you know. You human beings know, because you have been fed with that particular idea. That thought keeps coming and coming again and again. Now you think that there was a person called Buddha 2600 years back, but it is just a thought. If you able to understand that particular thought as a not real thing, and at the same time you get a certain understanding of there is no living being in this particular moment as well. So that is the liberation. So this Dhamma is, that's why this Dhamma is known as Akalika Dhamma. If you understand this Dhamma, no certain time period can be assigned. So time periods are defined from your own thoughts. So when you understand the unrealistic nature of the thought, again, there won't be a time constraints that are applied to yourself. No time limitation. That's why once you are able to understand this particular thing, that means Buddha is alive in this very moment. Because Lord Buddha said once, person who sees this Dhamma is the person who sees me. Person who understands this Dhamma, realizes this Dhamma, is the person who sees me. So if you are able to understand this Dhamma now in this particular thought, You are the one who is seeing the Buddha. So that's why Lord Buddha said, whoever, irrespective of the time durations, so if you are able to understand this Dhamma in this very thought, that means if you are able to understand the illusory nature of this thought, as well as you yourself concept as another kind of a thought, then unrealistic nature of it, so that is the moment you see the Buddha. So that is known as the Nibbana. So I think we have gone beyond the time today, that the allocated time. So I'm sorry about that. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, please keep contemplating these things. Try to figure out your own who you are. So that will be sufficient for take you to the true liberation from your mind. So until then, Tirvan Saranai, and may Triple Gym bless you, and good night.